Alright, the best of us, this is hilarious, by the way. The bracers, let's investigate this age-old grass that's causing cryptids to appear in Crossbow. Well, Lloyd? It's time to make a Wishy with Mishy, baby! I didn't click a button. I don't know why it went to the next menu. Good day, it's another fine day in the year of the Vibrant, which is currently right behind me. So, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Toonlink Dave, Bravo Dave, Anomaly, the Anomaly Cars, who is right here. So everybody's here, you know what I'm saying. Welcome back to more Trails to Azure. I've been trying to pull up your comments. This is one of those weeks where I'm recording everything drastically out of order. Usually I'll kind of record things in the order that they go for the week. We're out of order this week. It's been a weird week, but I digress. Last time we ended off with what looked like Volt. Doing some sort of demonization. I don't know how Wise is gonna feel about it. But I do know how you guys are gonna feel about it, or rather how you guys are gonna feel about these comments. First, let me go to the actual game, because the music that's playing in the game, I think is a lot better comment music, comment reading music than, the main screen music, at least right now. So, we can click that off, we can sort by newest. And let's get into it, firstly, not lastly. Jessica, who says, haha, you've already met evil Mishy, he was the boss of the horror coaster. That Mishy wasn't evil, that's my home dog, actually, we like him. The stomachs of the SSs are bottomless as the Persona protagonist, oh, let me tell you. They went to all these places, it's crazy. It's a bit too early to, in the series to find the random villains chilling out in the random locations. The scenes a certain protagonist has walking in on. Looks like in the future we'll see some of that. The Quincy company, specifically Quincy Bell Chocolate, was first mentioned in Sky the Third. You know, I thought that sounded familiar. Quincy Chocolate. It was the chocolate brand that Rufina fed to Kevin Mama Bird style. Yeah, I feel like there is a thread of... I remember that scene. But I also think I remember... Because the name Quincy Chocolate kind of struck a chord. I was like, that sounds familiar. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for saying that, because in my mind I would have been like, where is this other Quincy? Is it a villain? Is Quincy the Grandmaster of Ouroboros? It's time for my favorite elderly crook. Once again, I hate her so much. Magisa? Never again. Hopefully never again. Honestly, props to Raymond for not turning a Legend of Resignation in after all of that. I still haven't been to Altair properly. That's crazy. Your game's ahead of me. Oof, you were a few steps away from triggering. Yeah, okay. I don't remember how long that episode was post-cuts. Because let me tell you, on both occasions trying to find those two bosses, I was this close to finding them, and instead went on a roundabout adventure. I don't think I showed off that after I didn't find that place, I went all the way over to, what, the Moon Temple, I think? No, I'm sorry, Stargazer's Tower. And I was like, this technically counts as St. Ursula, right? So I walked there, and then I walked out. Then I walked all the way to the hospital, and I walked out, and I was like, it's gotta be somewhere in the water area, and I just missed it. When I was trying to find the monster extermination, and I think I did show this, because I remember making an edit, I'm like, yep, it's right here. Dude, I walked through that entire mine, which is fine, because, like, I got 2 chests that I hadn't gotten, but man, it was not a good time for me. I was like, wow, I didn't feel like a dunce, but man, I'll tell you what. Anywho, that part of the cave that looks like it could lead somewhere else is part of a New Game Plus content. In the final chapter of a New Game Plus playthrough, that path opens up to a powerful boss fight. I'll let you know any significance. They have, once I reach that point, currently 3rd day of this chapter next. I was gonna say, that looks like it will open at some point. Stealth causes a character to completely be untargetable by enemies. Ooh, That's kind of nice. Reincarnation is the ultimate space art in this game. It sure murdered me. You could have examined the blue flowers in the soundbar. Lloyd would comment that there's something odd about the pale glows they've got. Okay. So we just would have said that. Because I remember seeing them there, and I was like, oh, I should have looked at them. I gotta do better. I was off my game last time. We do know how Sarah McLean died. She lost her life in the same incident that robbed Shizuko Revision when a truck exploded on a busy street. Okay, so we know that much specifically. But that's no coinky-dink, you know what I mean? That's not just like a, oh my gosh, X, Y, and Z happened. Why did that truck explode? You know what I mean? There's like nuances that I don't think we understand about that event. Or know about that event. You guys might, I don't. But I'm sure there's nuances. And I'm sure there's a potentially, it says the same accident that robbed. I don't know if it was an accident. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna get into that a little bit later. I honestly kind of want to start this episode with, corkboard time, but I think I might end this episode with corkboard time because I have a lot of thoughts, but I want to get to some of what's going on first. Because I'm starting to be under the impression that, so I was, and we'll do like, I'll talk about this for like a minute, because it's a thread that I thought about yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna record trails tomorrow, so I don't forget about this by the time that I actually record trails. Because in my brain, I'm like, okay, I do believe that there is some sort of, we talked about the Anno. In fact, some of you mentioned the Anno. I was like, I'm fascinated by this Anno theory. I don't know if Anno is like really correct, because it might be like not quite it might be an organization that's not Ouroboros, but it also might be an organization and that's either in leagues with Ouroboros, is being puppeted by Ouroboros, you know what I mean? Kind of like how Erebonia is thinking they're using Ouroboros, but really Ouroboros is probably using them as a pawn in the grand scheme of things. That is kind of what we heard and learned at the end of one of the doors, Olivier's door, I believe, in the third game. And I've been keeping that in my mind because I was like, that's going to be important in the next few games. The thread that Osborne of the Goliath variety is in some sort of deal or workings with Ouroboros. That is to say, there could be somebody in Crossbow who's doing the same thing, and maybe thinking that they're using Ouroboros or Ouroboros ideas for their own benefit too. And then again, we kind of have Ouroboros pulling strings, but that would mean that they're not pulling the cult strings. It feels like they are pulling whoever is... I think there's a world where somebody else is like 500 years old, and I just don't know it. That's kind of what I'm also at, but I'll talk about a lot of that at the end of this episode, because I've been really thinking about this game, and I've been like, what if, and then what if, and what if, and I have a couple ideas that I like, and I'm gonna get them all out there, but I don't know which ones are true, or if any of them are true. But I like theorizing about what's gonna go on in this game. I believe the airship the Lloyd's parents died on went down in the Nord Highlands. The terrain in that part of the Highlands is difficult to navigate, a steep canyon, hence why no bodies were recovered. I'm just saying, that's a fine explanation, that's a fine speech. I got thoughts about that too. Also, that was probably not also an accident. Yep, if Wazi's parents were Graal's Ritter, hopefully they taught their son some thaumaturgy just in case Vald overdoses on that stuff. He hasn't exactly been stable since the breakup. So I was actually playing Azure while watching the end of this, and the outro music synced out perfectly with the game audio. Oh, that's awesome. What a rare moment. Completing the theme park request will award you with Tio's second room decoration, so it'll be possible to view them all. I recommend doing Lloyd and Kia's sooner rather than later. The other decorations that I don't think you have are at the casino: Amelda's, IBC, Tally's, Kronk's craft stand, St. Ursula, Nine Valley. You'll need a total of 3 peculiar dishes to trade. Okay. We will do that. Maybe towards the end of this episode, we'll go on a grabbing one, or maybe we'll do that at the start of this episode, not for nothing, because I don't think we have too much in terms of going through and talking to people. But let me continue your comments, because a lot of people had things to say. Like Sharmila, who said, who would have thought things could have taken a terrible turn? Me, everyone. And in fact, every single person who's played Trails ever. When did they not take terrible turns? The end of last game. But, I'm gonna talk about this later. It feels like we're under the assumption now that the end of last game was actually a second try after things went terribly wrong the first time. I'm gonna put that out there. I'm gonna put that out there. Man, dude, I feel like we got so much, like, information in, like, the last chapter and during that intermission. Or I guess the first day of this chapter in that intermission, where now I'm just like, oh, wheels are really moving now. And they were moving behind the scenes before, and now they're moving just like in the foreground, or the background rather, and they're about to be in the foreground and then right in front of us. You know what I mean? We're in the background area instead of behind the scenes. In that background area, you can still point things out. You know what I mean? That's where I am. Shamila also saying, SSS drinks tomato juice, everyone dies. AV, the IBC gives you a ton of money. I don't trust the IBC anymore. I don't trust either of the heads of the IBC, dude. Let me see, you mean, realize the king symbol in the dish means they are superior in making it? Yes, correct. But I like to fail, to be honest. I like to eat the bad dishes. Oh, that's a dope attack. It dies immediately. AV 2026, yeah. Looking back at it, rather, there were like, there were a couple ways that I could have stopped that if I knew that attack was coming. And I didn't gamble like one turn before. I think I needed like one extra person to give either Ellie or Lloyd a craft, or I guess a one of our foods that gives a little bit more CP, because they were completely drained. But then after that, I was just like, alright, as long as one of you has CP enough to to cook and impede, then we're good. Regardless, it was fine. Keppa, or yes, Keppa, who says, I really love how the Otno theory is developing, regardless of whether you're totally right or totally off the mark. Is really fun to see you analyze everything from Crossbow's geopolitics, characters, factions, supernatural shenanigans, and try and guess the villains and their motivations. Yeah. The problem, there's so much going on in this game, and it feels like there's like 4 sections of, maybe not 4, maybe 2 or 3 sections of this game where you kind of have to figure out what is going on, and I'm kind of putting them at the present, the first run, and 500 years ago. You know what I mean? And I feel like there is a thread linking all of them, but it's either the same person thread linking all of them, or something is linking all of them, or maybe it's just someone found things, but I don't think that's the case, just because I do feel like, this cult was being used essentially for 500 years, so either somebody is around or has been around for 500 years that we know, or time travel, you know what I mean? With Kia or something else. But once again, it's not corkboard time. We'll talk about that later. If you want corkboard time, let me tell you, last like 30 minutes of this episode, I got a lot of thoughts, dude. I got a lot of thoughts. I agree that hearing the different NPCs and hearing them to discuss about their opinions on the referendum helps a lot in setting the tone. At the end of the day, the referendum has no power. And just like Dieter said, it's just a publicity stunt to show the world that Crossbellans actually want to be free and hopefully change the minds of the populations of Erebonia and Kalbar. It won't for Erebonia, let's keep it a buck. The public has been made aware of this rather, so you'd expect people would be more likely to vote for independence, since there's likely 0 consequences. It's not like independence is really going to be declared if they win the vote, so no need to fear retaliation from the major parties. It's just a survey. Even then, there are people who probably are still too afraid of Erebonia and Kalvar to even participate in the survey. Let's not forget, Erebonia has 2 massive railways, cannons pointed right at Crossbell from Gorelia Fortress. True. This publicity stunt seems harmless and reasonable, but you never know, Erebonia and Kalvar might still be petty enough to take offense. So, Kalvar, once again, I don't think they'd be quite petty enough. Are they a little schemy, grimy too? Sure. But not as much as, well, no, they're both bad. Let me stop. They're both bad. Anywho. Crossbellans living in Crossbell and many others with strong connections to those countries will surely vote anti-independence. That's true. Oh, I missed a line here, because that's what's important. I remember the owner of Long Lao saying something similar. There's a huge population of both, with strong connections, they'll vote anti-independence. People connected to the criminal underworld, corruption, and main factions of the Dai will also probably vote anti-independence, since the moment Crossbell gets a real constitution instead of being made to fail laws that currently have, it's the moment that they'll be able to stop, being able to get away with all of their crap. Yeah. That is a big problem? Sure. But I actually don't think Dieter even needs the referendum to do what he wants to do. They already voted him in. Like, and now I'm just saying like that as a matter of speech. Even if the referendum says, hey, we don't want independence, right? Keep that in mind. If that happens, he could still say, well, I've gotten us a constitution. Your voices don't matter. This is Crossbell, and they're about to matter eventually. He technically doesn't have to listen to them either. Replied onto that was Richard, who says, agreed. I'm glad you guys like Corkboard time, because I really am getting like, I get excited when it's Corkboard time. I really do. Chaos Eater, the Stranger Danger questline, in my opinion, is the strongest questline in this whole of Trails series, really. Interesting. And it's the reason why I think Crossbell is the best arc in Trails, hands down. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the later games botch the quality had in the first 5 games, but on the first playthrough, you'll enjoy them for what they are. You might be forgetting that the SSS mobile, the Mishy mobile, by the way, has the ability to rest. I did. I remembered it like towards the end of the episode, which is crazy, because you also say I give advice that you usually figure out later in the episode more often than not, but it's at least, you know, yeah, exactly. It'll remind me this time. Thank you very much for that, because I read this, I think yesterday, and I was like, oh, yeah, that'll be nice. I need to make sure to do that immediately every time I'm about to go do some fighting. Also, we're not focusing enough on the fact that the turtle cryptid rather, is called Elon Arc. Literally sounds like a settlement on Mars made by SpaceX. That is our comments. I will bring up the Jessica comment. Thank you guys for, first of all, watching, liking and subscribing, but also thank you for the comments, because it's comments like that and these that help me realize, okay, I like Corkboard time, but I don't know if anyone else likes Corkboard time. Well, YouTube Analytics also does as well. Yeah, I was like, they're actually sitting down for Corkboard time. And I'm like, you know what? Good. I love Corkboard time. You get some Corkboard time at the end of the episode. Because I really have been like, since like the very end of the last episode with Homeboy getting demonized or whatever, things are getting real interesting here. I feel like this is the fan, right? This is, okay, you guys couldn't see my hand. Okay, I realized that I have a lot of room, but I'm still in the square, because it's a smaller screen area. So let's say this is the fan, and this is a fan. This is probably where crap is, and it's really, really about to hit that fan, dude. That's the beginning of the episode. Thank you for the comments, regardless. I'll be right back, and we'll be starting this episode. Okay. So I got my turtle. You guys can't really hear, which is kind of good and bad. It's not really bad at all. So Pilot's tank used to be maybe 10 feet away from my recording area in the past. Now Pilot's in a whole nother room, which is, you know, I mean, I can still like look over here and I can look through the door and I can be like, I see you, Pilot. But now you can't hear the tank anymore in the background, and I was like, dang, it's quiet in here. Which is good, I suppose, but I'm like, you know, I kind of miss it. That tank is big though, so it's not getting moved in here. I don't remember, did I check the request? Yeah, yes. I did. Because I was like, oh yeah, actually, I would like to do this very soon. So let's do our quick sweep. I'm about to trash girl, actually. Get over here. That's fine. Get that. I need a blue over there. Get this red over here. How do I switch again? I did it. Okay, great. I had a brain fart, dude. Put that here. We have a green here. That'll do that. Get us a blue. Oh, that's not good. She's about to crush me. Okay, I can't start this episode until I crush me. I really gotta focus more on clearing out my center section. Oh, no. I'm dead. No, I lived. I lived. I don't know how. I don't know what's going on, dude. Go. Bang! Get out of here, Belle. Get me out of here. Never again. Return to title screen is crazy. Now, get me out of here. Yeah, that felt good. Who else can I fight? Nobody. Let's continue with the episode. Okay, man, I'm out here crying, dude. Is now the part where I can put stuff in my room? Not there. Here. No. I think it's after what, day 2? After day 2, and that today is day 2 now. Okay, never mind. I've got a stuffed plush here that Kia would probably love to bits. I think I'll go give it to her. Lloyd, look for Kia. Well, the fact that I can find her on this day and I couldn't find her on the first day, concerning. Wow, is this for me? That's actually really concerning. Thank you so much, Lloyd. You're welcome. Yep, this looks good. New decoration was added to Kia's room. Kia. Do I have anything else for her? No. Okay, great. Okay. We need to feed Cop. Did we not feed Cop on the first day? Here, I have a rainbow trout. It's all you. Usually I do that immediately. Information. You giving this to me, buddy? I don't know if that's really all that useful to us anymore. We already have an information course. I guess I could sell it or something. Whatever. Or I could give it to somebody else so I can be like, alright, we now always have an information person in the party. Let's talk to our homeboy. Gerard. Oh, you're back, huh? I couldn't care less about what you're looking to buy, just make it quick, will ya? Hard to read this magazine with you dopes gawking there like a bunch of rubberneckers, that's crazy. You'd think Gerard would be a little friendlier to us since we're some of his best customers. Nope. Dang. Okay, well, what magazine are you reading? Okay, I guess we'll never know. He hates us. Great, love that. Okay, talk to the Times receptionist and Dudley on the 2nd floor. What's up, girl, Lisa? Feels like Scott is a lot busier than usual these days. You're telling me. So are we. Good luck out there, Scott. Your future wife is rooting for you. Oh my gosh. Cute. Not my favorite receptionist or Times relationship, but it's okay. Arguments about Crossbow's independence are getting more contentious by the day. Not only that, my family in Rimaferia wants me to go back to them before the situation boils over. Oh, dang. Yeah, I keep forgetting Crossbow is not just a big melting pot of, like, Erebonians and Calvardians. There's people here from the other regions, too. and Cynthia's family's like, you need to get out of Crossbow. But the thing is, I've always thought of Crossbow as my second home. So for now, I've decided to wait until the results of the referendum before I return home. Dang. Huh. I can't help but overhear the chatter of our customers on the pros and cons of independence. While many citizens supported, many fear Erebonian Calvardian retaliation. Yeah, dude, you're telling me. How are you feeling? You ain't thinking about independence at all. You're thinking about your next date. No, he's thinking about independence. Wow. This upcoming independence referendum has me on edge. Sure, it's only to gauge public opinion, but it'll surely have its ramifications. As a Calvardian citizen, I can't participate. Oh! You're a Calvardian citizen. I didn't know that. Huh. That doesn't stop me from mulling it over. Huh. How's your mom doing? If everyone was carefree as mom, we'd be a lot happier. We'd also probably get annexed by Erebony in the blink of an eye. Laval. Hey, Kian, I'm gonna acknowledge you. Dudley, what are you doing up here? Here are the shoes you ordered, Mr. Dudley. Thank you, Hanson, my good man. I'd like to try them on right away if I... What do you think you're doing here, SSS? Well, we were gonna ask you the same thing. Those kicks look pretty costly. You special ordered shoes? What brand are they from? I'll thank you not to lump me in with those logo chasing imbeciles. These are custom made. That's hilarious. Wow, you're a tough customer to please. You get your loafers made to order? I just buy whatever's affordable. And exactly what nonsense are you trying to squeak out, Bannings? Huh? You sound as though you're suggesting that handsome, artisanal leather shoes are frivolous. That's where you're wrong, Junior. What is going on in this episode? I never said leather shoes are more complex and profound than a rookie like you could ever comprehend. The more you wear them, the more they conform to the shape of your feet, the deeper their rich texture becomes. Only a fool would simply imply, rather, such harmony and bliss could even be remotely obtained via bargain bin footwear. This feels needlessly over-dramatized. No, I'm with him. I've never seen Detective Dudley so passionate about anything outside of work. My apologies for the tangent. Returning to the original topic at hand, I'm here on a well-deserved break. I'd like to enjoy it before I have to get to my next engagement, so make yourself scarce. Okay. Don't interrupt me again if you know what's good for you. I tried to interrupt you again. I tried. Why exactly do we want independence anyway? I can't really wrap my head around these kinds of issues. Yeah, I guess I could ask Southward to explain it to me. Cute. I don't think you want him to explain it to you since he's Calvardian, but I think he probably considers this a second home as well. You know what I mean? Talk to the Times receptionist and the and Dudley on the second floor. We've done that. I don't think I really care about anybody here on the roof. I'm trying to see if there's anything odd about that tower, but at this point, I don't think there is. Anywho. Let me talk to, first of all, these two are usually a little funny. You know what? I can't do this anymore. I'm done. No more dieting. I'm going to find a man who likes me for being me. Okay, you know what? You go, girl. Shut up. You're quitting your diet? What? Just because you have a cute face already, you're gonna ditch me like that? Ugh, we are so not besties anymore. Oh my gosh, Pruna and literally are breaking up over a diet? Their bestiehood? That's crazy. Me, I would never. Beep, beep. Daddy's thinking about cars again. He thinks about cars all the time. He really, really likes them. Aren't orbital cars just fascinating? Beep, beep. It's too bad us regular folk can't get a hold of them. With how expensive they are, oh well. Might be a tad unrealistic to expect prices to get cut in half, but even just a 20% drop would be much more affordable. You could take out a very dangerous loan with a Hiway or something like that, maybe. Probably not the best idea, but you know, to each their own. What's up, girly? Ferdinand wanted to remodel the store to look like the old workshop out of respect for the orbital engineering that goes into our products. What he doesn't realize is the store is finally out of the red, and with loyal customer base rather to boot. Remodeling would just confuse them again. I'm happy he wants to honor our craft and all, but This is pretty short-sighted way of going about it. And I think that's an interesting kind of character line or character arc too. Because she didn't really love this design of Ginton, to be honest, earlier on. I think in the first chapter, or I guess the first game. I think I've just spent a bunch of quartz, so I'm not gonna be able to upgrade any slots for real. Well, I guess I could, but I don't think anybody, well, that's also not true. I think I was even saying I need to upgrade some of these people's slots, because we need some more EP. So maybe I'll upgrade an Ellie slot or a TO slot. We'll upgrade a TO slot. And I don't think we'll have enough to upgrade an Ellie slot, but that's fine. Very good. I think after this episode, I probably will need to do some, not grinding per se, but like the next dungeon we enter, I'll probably like just spend some time in there, actually defeating everything that I see. I've tried asking Chaco and Wendy for their opinions on the plan to remodel the store, but they dismissed it before I even had a chance to explain. Honest ideos, I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Chaco, what do you have to say? How's your dad treating you? What the heck is my dad doing here? Why won't he stop fidgeting? I have a bad feeling about this. Well, now I'm interested. I'm interviewing for a job here at the store today. The wait has me on pins and needles. Oh, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Well, we gotta come back there tomorrow. Because this is a 4-day chapter, I believe. Is what was said from Jessica. Or rather, what I'm kind of guessing based on the fact that we need to wait 4 days for that dish. We gotta come back here tomorrow. We have to come back here tomorrow. Alright, who do we gotta talk to on East Street? Because I've talked to everybody that I care about. Michelle and a family in the furthest room in Long Lao and Smile. That worries me. What are you two doing? I finally cranked out a pinwheel good enough to be sold in the store. It feels so good to see something I made get on display like this. Good for you. How do you feel about his efforts? Every pinwheel I sell rotates just a bit differently. That's the sort of one-of-a-kind quality you get from a handcrafted goods shop, rather. Sadly, the average customer would never notice something so subtle. Well, they all look like they're spinning the exact same way to me, so I suppose it's me that's the problem. How do you feel about your brother? Grandpa's beard is really long. Yank, yank! Ouch, easy now, Mei-Ling, come on. That's not meant for pulling. Alright, Morris, I'm glad to see you. My grandson Royce finally found himself a job, a street stall no less. I used to work at one myself back in my younger years, now I'm getting a little nostalgic just thinking about it. In any case, I'm happy Roy is maturing. I'll be keeping a close eye on how this goes for him. We will too, my boy. We will too. You. Michelle. Imagine my surprise when I read that the Plamora grass in your report was linked to the Testaments. Well, I'm not surprised. I even had Scott and Lynn confirm the intel just to be extra safe. From the looks of it, that grass is growing near every place those nasty cryptids have popped up. It is unconfirmed as to whether or not they are the root cause, or rather, them taking root is the cause. However, looking at things analytically, there is a correlation between the two, but potentially not a causation. Can I ask how the bracer side of the investigation is going, Michelle? Our team took out 2 of the 3 cryptids we were assigned yesterday. The plan is to finish off the last one and split up the investigation, the areas that they appeared in. Including rather the 2 we exterminated? I see. Well, who's to say that they won't pop up again? I hope your guys and gals are careful out there. Oh, I'm sure they can handle themselves. We'll just get in contact with the CPD if our investigation turns up anything, so just focus on doing your thing. Alright, thank you. Yep. Sweet. Is Ario still off? No, he is also doing investigation. Those 2 are okay, so it looks like he is the one just doing the investigation and extermination. It looks like he's taking out one of the cryptids alone. Okay. I guess if anyone could, it's Arios. Long Lao Inn, there's a family. A famiglia. Oh! You're running the counter? And you're... Huh. Bust the tables, take the orders, carry the food. Ah, I'm so busy, my head's spinning. Daddy and Finn told me to handle the register today. Puck and Roos look like they're having a tough time keeping up though. Are they going to be okay? Yeah, he's waiting tables all day. He's really struggling though. Are they sure he doesn't need me to help him? Well, I think he wants the tips so he can get extra money. Is the usual girl not waiting the tables today? Nah, I thought something seemed off, huh? Mommy, this table's kind of sticky. Did they forget to clean it? Yeah, I wanted to check with all the customers because I feel like he's doing a crap job. The waiter seems awfully unreliable. The least he could do is bring us our food already. Yikes, dude. The secret to fried rice is cooking it over high heat. That way you can develop a nice, crispy texture without burning and sticking it. Oh, that's okay. Really? I had no idea. Watch what you're doing, keep your eyes on the pan. Right, I'm sorry, master. I've seen enough. You've burned it the moment I said not to. Every mistake you make, you're going to eat. Am I understood? Eek. Hot, this wok is way too heavy. No stopping, move it. Sorry. Oh, poor those two. Man, Puck and Roos are having some nerve. They demanded that we give them both better jobs to do. I remember when I used to act like that, Master would always get so mad at me. They've got to learn that there's nothing wrong with doing the chores. Right, dude? Okay. Furthest room. It's everybody's favorite family. Who are they? Oh! Oh my gosh! Hello, baby! Oh my gosh! I was not expecting this! Oh, Ellie. Oh, Armin. Wasn't yesterday just amazing? Oh my gosh, what on earth? What? What? It certainly was, Armand. We had such a wonderful time yesterday. Goo goo ga- Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, dude! That really caught me off guard. That's so surprising. Oh my gosh, look at you two. Oh. Oh, Ellie, oh, Armand, I can still see it, dude. Oh my gosh. This is the power of long-term booking. Man, oh. Dude, it's the little things, man. It's the, Because, like, if you were any other player that just, like, started with the Crossbow series, you'd be like, oh, well, hey, there's 2 characters here. Whoop-de-doo. Dude, Man, do they have any extra dialogue? No, okay. I certainly hope that we have, like, a support request with them in the future. Man, dude, Dude, let me stop. I'm tripping. I'm not tripping, but that... Oh, that was special. Oh, they have a little baby, too. Oh, man. They move kind of quick, don't... Well, I guess it hasn't been... That's not too quick, because this game takes the course of, like, a year, right? And then this game is... I think an extra year, or a year and a half or so after the first trilogy ends. So... I mean, that's not too quick. And that baby looked real new, so, you know, it is what it is. I'm surprised they traveled to Crossbow, you know what I mean? That's a little bit odd, but it is what it is. Talk to, Vessi and Abyss and Abyss. Who's Vessi? What's up, Abyss? The Saber Vipers have begun mounting a search for Vold. Apparently no one has seen him for the past several days. Not even once? Where would a guy like that even slink off to? And why? Fair to assume that you haven't spotted him either, right? Not for a week, no. Before then, he would at least show his face every so often. I was afraid you'd say that. Worry not, Wazzy. Vold has only been missing for a few days now. I'm sure that there are plenty of other matters that warrant your attention. Yeah, I can't deny that. Thanks for keeping me on track, Abyss. We at Trinity will keep an eye out for Vold as well. Do not worry over matters not of your control. You have other work to attend to. I have a feeling we're gonna get a support request from the Saber Vipers. You know what I mean? And then we're gonna have our rematch. Hee, I just couldn't keep myself away from this place. The atmosphere is so cozy and chic. I love it here. Is something wrong with our waiter? He's been phasing out the whole time. I assume you're Bessie then? No, you're not. I always wanted to become a doctor like my dad back when I was a kid. But eventually some part of me realized that I could never be on his level. Never mind, forget I said anything. My life's going nowhere fast. Why can't I commit to something? Well, have you tried joining the SSS? Ashley ordered glass after glass of my special cocktails. Wait, your trash cocktails? She said that when you get past the taste and appearance, they'd be perfect for the battlefield. Wait, that is a compliment, right? Anyway, she definitely gave them the stamp, her stamp of approval. Here, you can try some too. Oh my gosh, another just mysterious liquid. Do my cocktails really have a place on the battlefield? They must be more nutritious than I realized. Though you do have to gulp it down before the smell gets to you. Brown liquid. Brown goo one should never touch barehanded. Never. 20% EP isn't even reliant. Well, I guess it could be good, actually. I suppose it could. Khan's has been mulling over what to do with his future for a while now. The thing is, his family's well off, rather, and he's always been a smart guy. If you ask me, he could probably do anything he puts his mind to. But I guess it's not that simple. Everyone has to figure out things at their own pace. And two guys from the Saber Vipers came by yesterday. Okay, give me the tea. They looked like they were up to no good. I was sure they were about to start some trouble on our side. Two guys from the Saber Vipers came back yesterday. They were up to no good. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. But it turns out they weren't looking for a fight. They just wanted some info on Vault. And then they said goodnight. I pulled up. I'm sorry. What's that guy doing anyway? Doesn't he realize how worried his crew is about him? Yeah, at least Vozzy comes by here every once in a while to check up on you guys, and if, I guess he comes by every day with us, to be honest. Here, I know it doesn't say that we need to check out anybody in the Saber Vipers, but I'd like to see how they're doing. Yo, Jed, Koki and Dino still not back yet? Nah, just give them some time. They got some extra stuff to get into. I'm guessing you didn't dig up much on your end either? About that. Sorry, we got nothing. We hit up all his usual spots, but no one's seen him around. Figures. Seriously, where the hell is Vault? We wrote everyone we could find, but there's no clue. No one has any clue where Vault is. No way could have just skipped town, right? Damn, this place is such a drag around here without Vault, and doesn't look like Vault's been back in his place in a while, so where's he been crashing this whole time? Interesting. Case of the missing Vault. Alright, let's go to the Harbor District. We can talk to Grace. That's not the Harbor District. The Harbor District is this way. Oh, I gotta talk to our girly. How you doing, girly? Lord Lakelord praised me for my imaginative faculties the other day. A fisherman has to consider every detail of how the fish below the water, from how they look to how they live. He said the ability to visualize those things is the hallmark of an ace angler. Good for you. I hope the final duel is her. In fact, I hope she actually defeats Lord Lakelord. Harbor District. Is just Grace. Well. I mean, maybe we go and do that first, actually. Since we're at the Harbor District now. Wow, everyone's actually downstairs for the most part. What's up, Grace? Whew, nothing like a morning dose of Java to get the juices flowing. You want some? All we got is canned right now, but it gets the job done. Canned coffee? Canned? Okay. We're good, but thanks for asking. Suit yourselves. Anyway, I heard you guys killed it with the cryptic extermination mission. I suppose, but where did you... Is there anywhere your eyes and ears don't reach? What can I say? It pays to have good sources in this line of work. And hey, I'm looking out for you guys. Wouldn't want the SSS to wind up in a hospital room. First, the first wealth is health, you know? That goes for both me and you. True enough. Thanks for your concern. Wow. Thanks. Hey. I still acknowledge you. You're still up there for a reason. It could have been anybody else, huh? With the luck, huh? I'm gonna be honest, Grace, huh? There are a lot of characters in this game. that are attractive, you still a goat. You're my goat. Anywho, cryptids, though, eh? I can't say I really understand what the heck those things are. Just be sure to watch out for yourselves when watching it end up in a hospital room. Cecile would agree. She would agree. Nielsen wasn't down here too, was he? No. Reigns, I actually do like talking to you. We've got an editorial meeting this morning. All the big news that stirred up a lot of debate, rather, so the office is pretty enthusiastic about covering it. Okay, I should go over my materials again before that meeting. We've been discussing the independence issue, so I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. I'd better make sure I know this issue inside and out beforehand, or I'm not going to be able to bring much to the table. And, oh, no, you. No, do not report your coverage. You. I see, I was hoping today would be the day. Unfortunately, no, Mr. Nielsen is in mines right now. And we'll be back until late. You may have been better off leaving a message. Saying what you wanted to meet. Yeah, no kidding. In any case, could you stop by, let him know I stopped by? I most certainly can, but I won't. No, I'm kidding. Nobody in the IBC. We're actually almost done with talking to people for the most part. That's a lie. But you know what? Let's continue. Let's do our sweep and then we'll do our quest. That's how we usually do it anyway. Unless we come across a quest. Oh my gosh! Auntie and uncle at the library? Crazy. Oh, if I'm seeing you here, letter. What did you need something? Oh, don't be so surprised to see me, mister. You left your lunch behind, so I brought it for you. What? I never noticed it. Thank you, dear. Sorry to make you come all the way over here. Hee. Miles does forget his lunchbox from time to time. Oh. I can't believe I'd ever forget to bring a lunchbox made with this much care and love. Oh. I see you, Miles. You still got it. Good thing she thought to deliver it. I don't know what I'd do without her. You know what? I ship these two married people. They got something good going on. How are you doing? State independence? What a proposal. If you review Crossbell's history back to the Middle Ages, you'll see that this isn't the first time it's pushed for sovereignty. Oh, okay. I like this. But of course, none of those attempts were successful enough to have a lasting impression on the present. Ooh, wait a minute. My headset is also about to die. And I need to get a cable. Because I have a couple of cables that I need to plug back in. And this headset cable is the longer one that I need to get back. With that said, just because independence failed in the past doesn't necessarily mean it'll fail in the future. If this proposal creates a movement that has the entire continent behind it, maybe it could work. The entire continent. Not just Crossbell. The entire continent. Interesting. Okay, very quickly. We'll save here, and I'm gonna go get a cord for the now all reliable is finally plugged back into my headset. This cord has been with me for a hot minute now, you know what I mean? But I digress. Phone, let's do this. So we've actually done everything we need to do in here except for Kia. What are you looking up? Oh, hey guys. Getting some reading done, Kia? Yep, I'm still looking for something to cheer Shizuku up with my next visit. I'm still deciding on what book to bring. This one is pretty interesting so far. But wait, that's from the Braille corner, isn't it? Kia, can you read Braille? Yep, is that a big deal? A big deal? Someone help me out, because I don't even know where to begin with this one. Did they teach you that in Sunday school? Nope, I picked it up while hanging out with Shizuku. Did you know that Mark and the Witch of the Deep Forest has a Braille version too? They made it a lot easier to pick up. Oh, that made it a lot easier. Oh, okay, that's fair. I get that reading a book you're already familiar with would help, but still. Uncanny comprehension skills are hardly out of the ordinary for our Kia. Yeah, but I'd still like to continue talking to you. Whoops, I just remembered that I have to go shopping for dinner. No worries, Kia, there's still some time before evening. More importantly, make sure you find a book that'll help cheer Shizuku up. I will, thanks, Lloyd. I'll get those ingredients after, so don't spoil your appetite, okay? Okay, Kia. Dude, I really don't want to suspect you of getting involved with the wrong crowd right now. And here's the problem. The wrong crowd feels like it might be a crowd that's like, okay, you know what I mean? Sure, whatever, you. Good morning and welcome to the Crossbow City Library. If you're looking for a book that's currently borrowed, we'd be happy to reserve it for you. I was hoping that you had like something, because you're up here walking around and you see our daughter all the time, so you know what I mean? What are y'all reading today? Kia's been leafing through the books, like no tomorrow over there. I suppose it's only natural that Abby would feel a little competitive, huh? Oh, wow, Kia's reading books all by herself. I gotta study up so I can do that too. Good. Abby, you'll be okay, kid. I don't think we'll actually see you be okay, because I don't think you'll be reading by the end of this game. Maybe, actually. You spend so much time in the library, and to be honest, you might be. Fran, what's good, girl? Oops. I missed your first line. Those blue plants and the cryptids, something about them gives me the creeps. We need to do whatever we can to get to the bottom of all of this. Be careful out there, everyone. Don't worry, we will. Thanks for the support, Fran. We'll be counting on you. Hehe, Noe said she's counting on me. Things have been tense ever since the mayor proposed independence. Now, we've had even more to deal with. It's giving me a bad feeling. I know worrying isn't going to do us any good, though. I have to stay calm and focus on the things I can control, like this big pile of work in front of me. Good on you, Fran. Good on you. I don't think I have anything for you. Pleroma grass is the gnosis ingredient, correct? Mentioned in the cult's data. What could it possibly be causing it to grow all over Crossbow? I don't know. Emma! Whew, that hits the spot. What's Detective Emma got going on there? Some sort of energy drink? I believe so. Perhaps she needs it to get through every work every day. I know the label. That's Sportian X. Wasn't expecting a fuddy-duddy like you to go for something with so much oomph to it. Wazzy, watch what you say. The rest of us were whispering. I'm only drinking this because I pulled an all-nighter. And so what if I am anyway? Is it really so strange for me to utilize an effective source of bodily fuel? Answer me, Leloy Bannings. I didn't say anything. That's what I thought. Regardless, what do you think you're doing loitering around here? We work here, ma'am. Shouldn't you be off taking care of support requests or whatever it is you do? Right. Someone got in trouble because of you. Yeah, thanks to you. Hilarious. Dang. Poor Leloy keeps catching no breaks. You. I hate you. Hey, you guys. Thanks again for the help yesterday. Hate, 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 hate. Oh, get a load of this. I had a dream last night about that old lady, and she was the one chasing me. I feel like I didn't sleep a wink. Hope it's not contagious. She's the last person I want to see in my sleep. It would be better to forget about her. We'll hopefully never see her again. Yeah, you do owe us one. You owe us like 12, dude. I heard Raymond did a bang-up job yesterday. He did not. Raymond did not do a bang-up job yesterday. He got banged up and caused me to game over. Even if it was because he had your help. Still chasing that counterfeit dealer right into a group of straggling terrorists from the conference? It's almost too crazy to believe. He did not do a bang-up job. That only made me more upset at Raymond. Goodness gracious. Okay, so that's everything in the administrative area. Oh, I gotta talk to my boy here, Franz. I understand. I heard about those cryptid monsters that have been cropping up outside the city. The briefing said that they vanished after being defeated. Kind of spooky if you ask me. Yeah, there's a little vanish. Yeah, I guess we should also consider why they just disappear upon being defeated. But I guess really that's not too out of the ordinary for any old monster, you know what I mean? Mayor Croy pays his entertainment and travel expenses out of his own pocket rather than taxpayer money. I guess he's the CEO of the IBC, but still, it's good to know that he's not the selfish sort. Talk to the receptionist Viola. Who are you? This is my first time visiting the tower. Even just this lobby takes my breath away, even this music. It's so grand. It's so extravagant, right, isn't it? I almost feel out of place. Same, girl! Are you Viola? Like, do you happen to know the origins behind the name Orchis Tower? Orchis comes from the name orchid, and orchids being the plants with beautiful flowers that bloom one by one along a single stem. In other words, this building itself is like those very blossoms climbing their stalk, reaching upward into the sky. A fitting name when you think about it, isn't it? No, I actually don't. Okay. Orchis comes from orchid, bloom one by one on a single stem. Yeah, I still don't know if that quite fits, to be honest. I think there's another reason. What is orchid the flower of? Well, maybe this is like having to do more so with flower language. We're currently researching the ways of promoting the cultural exchange here in Crossbow City. Such ideas include sightseeing, brochure center, an international cultural study class, and a shop with foreign goods. Our staff is working hard day after day to improve the citizens with even more helpful and enriching services. I hope you look forward to what Orchis Tower will be able to offer you in the future. Cool. Okay. I am looking forward to it, but right now I'm looking forward to going to the back alley to talk to Imelda. There's also an item there that we should probably pick up for somebody. Oh? She's using a communication device hidden, installed beneath the counter? That man, damn him. That old fossil isn't picking up at all. What are you doing, Imelda? Oh, it's you kids. I was merely trying to contact George and ask him about my new doll. You mean Meister George? George, you mean? George? Meister George, you mean? Ellie, you're not becoming New York. A game and a half in. We're not doing this to you. Yes, but I haven't been able to get a hold of him all day. I'm sure he's there, but if he's in the middle of work, he won't be answering for a while. That's right. We learned that Imelda and the Meister knew each other when we took the request on earlier in the year. This seems like a good chance to ask Zinni about his studio. So what are you kids doing here? Did you need something? If it's an antique you want, you know, I'm always ready to make a sale. Not quite. Well, also yes, but we also wanted to ask you a few questions. And exactly why are you kids snooping around that place? Well, we're just curious, that's all. Really now. Well, alright, it's not as though I know very much about George myself. After all, he's a reclusive hermit who whittles his day away tinkering with dolls, hardly the talkative sort. I already mentioned that he's handling Arkansas sets, but that's about all I can tell you. Well, that wasn't as helpful as we were hoping. Yeah, as long as I can make a profit from his dolls, I couldn't care less. And that old coot's private life is hardly any of my business. So, much for them being pals, rather, he's just a cash cow to her. Perhaps the professional nature of the relationship is the very reason they're still on good terms. Sounds like the only choice is to visit the man himself. Yep, you're right. Let's go, guys. I'm the only person that old fogey does business with, and even I don't know much about him. After all, he's a reclusive hermit who whittles his day away. Yep, hardly the talkative sort, as long as I'm making yep. Okay, so all this the same. Oh, a music box for Ellie. Ooh, wait a minute. Accuracy, evasion. This one's $80,000. I was saying to myself, this one's good, and then I saw $80,000. No wonder, dude. Goodness gracious. Honestly, that's pretty good too. An extra 100 strength. Oh, dude. I might have to come back for an evergreen. Look at how much evasion Lloyd would have, dude. 55 is crazy. We're here for a music box, but keep that on brand. Keep that on stock, girly. Yeah, I guess I could also sell some of this. I think I sold some U material last time, even though... Because U material is not hard to come by in this game anymore. Yeah, we'll exchange. Take some Mirage. Exchange Sepith. I know what you're saying. Someone out there is screaming at me, Avi, but the IBC, I don't trust them over there anymore. Ellie, take this music box. Thank you. Goodbye, Imelda. Alright, who else in the back alley? Erica. Got you. What's good, boy? An interesting rumor came through my door today. Supposedly Calvardian terrorist that evaded capture were arrested in Altair. Word in the underworld is that Hiwei was tracking them as well. Hiwei was on that train too? Yep. I didn't notice them, but it doesn't surprise me that they were hunting those terrorists down. Okay. Perhaps I shouldn't be too surprised, rather. Hiwei's never been known to be anything but thorough. Fair enough. How are you doing, girly? I wouldn't be so tired if that geezer last night hadn't been so clingy. I kept telling him that we're not that kind of establishment, dirty old goat. Oh boy. I hope that's not somebody I know. I guess let's go to the residential district. Well, let's go to West Street first. Talk to the kids hiding behind your car. Are y'all playing hide and seek? Oh, it's just you guys. Whew, you scared me. I thought you were Momo for a second. Ryu, this is part of the SSS building. You can't just slip in like you own the place. Come on, Aloy. Sharing is caring. Now do your pal Ryu a solid and keep quiet about where I'm hiding, okay? Don't be a narc. We're the police. I'm in the middle of an all-out hide-and-seek war with Henri and Momo right now. Do your pal Ryu a solid and keep quiet about... I'm telling. Where's Momo? I'm playing hide-and-seek with Ryu and Henri, but I can't find them at all. Where did they go? Momo. 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 I get you not seeing him. His hiding spot's borderline unfair. I guess if you are right here, you can't see Henri. But the second you come right here, Momo, if you just turn your hair, girl. The last time we played hide and seek, it went on until sun went down. I wonder if Momo will actually manage to find us this time. Oh no, Momo, girl. Oh, that bean. She ain't never gonna find them, dude. Oh my gosh. Anywho. Oh, Chiruru! Which one do you want, Chiruru? The new special's a good choice if you ask me. Sure, I'll go with that one too. It's kinda cute. I know, right? It's the cutest. They called your... Wait, where is she? In the back, I guess? Oh, stupid Oscar. What is this all just a game to him or something? Still, that face he made after taking his first bite, it looked like he genuinely loved it. No, what am I saying? This is nothing but a ploy to catch me off my guard. Oh, I will never be caught off guard by that oaf. That handsome, adorable oaf. Go away, dark thoughts. Damn you, Oscar. I'll make yeast out of you next time for sure. You're going to regret ever being born. She's insane. And I love her for it, because Oscar's gonna be like, hey, Bennett made some really good bread. Go ahead, Oscar. Bennett's newest bread has been flying off the shelves, which you think she'd be happy about. But now I can't go a day without her hollering about how my days are numbered before my reign is over. Man, you don't think she hates me, do you? Something I said must have rubbed Bennett the wrong way. I should go apologize to her later. All I want is for us to work as a team. With our forces combined, we could make the finest bread in Crossbell. You can make the I'm gonna behave. I am going to behave. How are you doing? I just don't get it. Since when did I raise that girl to be allergic to compliments? I thought she'd have outgrown her awkward phase by now. Yeesh, is she a handful or what? Just don't get Bennett. Yep, same. Yo, I think this actually might be my biggest ship in the game, because it's such a stupid rival. It's such a stupid one-sided rivalry of this guy just being like, huh, that's some really good bread, Bennett, and she's just like, dark thoughts. I'm gonna make yeast out of that guy. Look. Oscar, I don't know what kind of bread you two are gonna be handling, but hey, good luck either way, my guy. Look, let me get out of here. We are done in the West Street, I believe. Yes. Well, I like to talk to the maid up here, because she always has something to say about, where is she? Oh, where is she? Is she cleaning one of the places? She's usually right here. Yes, she is. Okay. Sammy, Mr. Levick and his wife decided to take a little road trip today. They said that we're going to be all the way to the state line, rather. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I wish that I could kick back and live the retired life like that. Okay. Oh, wait. You did actually say something. Come to think of it, Mr. Levick and his wife still haven't made up yet, have they? Oh, no. Well, it's not my business. Cleaning their apartment, however, is my business. That is my business. Sammy, let's go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do, cleaning the apartment. I would like to still come here, too. Is he still busy? What you gotta say to me? What punk excuse does he have now? Mr. Grimwood is holed upstairs revising his constitution draft again. He'll be up to his work again and neck and work again today, so I need to support him as best as I can. I don't buy that. Let me in. Let me in, Grimwood. Dude. I just don't trust him, man. And every time I say that, I feel like I waffle. I feel like Mr. Grimm is one of the people that I've waffled on the most in this game. But I feel like if there is an no, he has got to be a part of it. Like, he has to be. There's no shot. There's no shout. Let's continue. How are you doing? Mr. Grimwood seems terribly busy recently, and today's no different. He's been making more than a few trips in and out of the office. More than a few trips in and out of his office? I thought it was just being holed up in there, you know what I mean? That don't check out to me. That don't check out to me, thank you. What is your name again, Elsa? Hey, let it go, Elsa, but don't let it go any more information. Tell me everything you can about Grimwood. Let me tell you, I don't believe in that guy. Like I believe in Joe Hendry. We will continue, though. Wow, I never knew you could bake cookies in a frying pan because their oven stopped working. The basic idea is the same, yes, though you have to take care to the dough doesn't. I have never tried baking cookies in a frying pan, but I suppose you could. There's more than one way to cook anything, dear. You do well to remember that. I will, thanks, Granny. Granny just showed me how to bake cookies without an oven. Is there anything she doesn't know how to do? I totally have to show this to Sophia later. All there's left to do is wait for them to bake. Now, finish making another batch by yourself now. Oh, that's really cool. I wouldn't mind trying that. I smell something sweet coming from downstairs. Is someone baking? I gotta get on that action. Yeah, that's right, my boy. Usually I don't like him too much, but... and by that I mean... really, usually I don't like him too much, but... he seems to be... maybe not the most in touch with his family, but he still recognizes the importance of his family. When his grandma was like, we're having family dinner, he's like, well, I would rather be out socializing, but what grandma says, whatever granny says goes. You know what I mean? I know what I mean? I feel like, I think what I'm saying is, his character subverts my expectations. I expect him to just be kind of this pompous guy who's just trying to get in with the high society crowd. And I figured that would have gotten him into like trouble during this game, but honestly, he's just been a dude, and I'm okay with that. Let's check out the Hayworths. Oh. Well, no, I think that's actually their quest. Because I did not expect Tolta to be here. How are you two doing? What I can tell, Chief Tolta's son has gotten himself wrapped into some troubling business. I hope it's nothing too cumbersome. Yeah, it's pretty cumbersome. Papa said he and the chief had something important to talk about, so he told us to go upstairs. Do you think it's something to do with his work? It actually very much is, Colin. Very insightful of you. For a doll! He's not a doll. Unless, maybe he's also a Septarion. Aw, you doofuses, you dinguses. I don't think anyone's got as much as a handle on this car as you, Reggie. That's why I want to make you our go-to driver from now on. Sound good? Ah, really think I'm that great? Alright, then just leave the rest to me. Oh man, I love Florida on the highway. There's nothing but open roads out there, not like the city. The wheel's all yours from now on, Reggie. Show us what you got. They're gonna get into an accident. Reggie might not look like much, but put him behind the wheel and he'll leave anyone in the dust. He's not the son of a Vern Company Orbital car designer for nothing. Oh, okay. I knew, maybe that's been mentioned before, but sure. I knew they were all, like, important children. Or rather spoon-fed children, but you know what I mean? Good for him. Anybody else here in the residential district? In fact, the one person we were supposed to talk to on this list was Joanna in Ellie's house. So I guess she has different dialogue. Joanna, oh Joanna, I must prepare Master Henry a meal that will rejuvenate him after his long day at work. But what would be best, I wonder? How about lamb with tomato? It's high in protein, yet low calories, plus it has a wonderful flavor. I'm sure he'd love it. That's a good idea. You're very knowledgeable, my lady. Please, Joanna, you don't have to praise me over such a simple meal suggestion. I'm a light eater, but a hefty serving of lamb may just be the best thing for tonight's dinner. I'll do some grocery shopping at times, just in case. Or in that case. Master Henry has been preoccupied with dealing with the ramifications of the Independence proposal. He's meeting with Mayor Croy at Orcus Tower as we speak. Now, only if he could pay that much attention to his health. For real, you know what? He's right. That's an old man right there. He does need to be paying a little bit or a lot more attention to his health. Okay. Yeah, so now we just need to do, I guess, are we done in the city? Is there actually nobody talking in the entertainment district? Oh. 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 Okay. Well, then maybe I will take a little bit of time to get these things. Because there are some places that we need to go. We went to Imelda's. We need to go to the casino, the IBC, Tally's, and Kronk's. Kronk's craft stand and the Nine Valley Exchange. You'll need 3 of a particular dish, peculiar dish rather. A certain peculiar dish to trade it. Okay. Interesting. So what do we need from here? It is, we got the comfy chair. I don't know if I got either of these two. I know we had comfy chair before, but I need, how many of these do I have? Not enough, huh? I have 116 tokens. Okay, I might gamble for a little bit, and I probably will just go around and get all of these things. And then we'll just have a little time going to people's rooms and dropping their stuff off. So yeah, sure. I will finish this off because I don't think we've ever gotten this, and we definitely didn't get this, but we did get comfy chair. So I will finish this off, and I will be right back. Okay, so I'm in the middle of grinding up these coins, and they just immediately give me a 666, which is crazy. I also know the exact box that my wise man is in, and I will keep it a buck with you. I've played 4 times. I won 2 all the way to the end. The other 2 times I made it to the 1,000 round, and he got 3 of a kind, I think both times, that I lost. So I feel like I almost won my wise man here, you know? Just, you know, for the sake of it. Okay, sweet. Alright, so that is enough to get our 4... No, wise man, that's enough to get our 4,000. If we go again and we lose, I'm gonna have to do this all over again, wise man. We can... Yes, wise man. Wise man says we don't go anywhere until we get our 1,000. Which has made this very difficult, huh? What is this? 4, 5, 6. So we would need 7, 8, and 9. Or we could get 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to say that this was a bad idea, wise man. I'll trust you. I trust you. Okay, well, that's a single pair. I still trust you. Maybe he'll exchange everything. He exchanged everything, so that looks good for us. We got a 2-pair, so he's gambling on whatever he pulled. We got a 2-pair, and we'll take the king too. We trust our wise man. We do. We do that. We do trust our wise man. Fair enough. You're right. We always go to the max. We always go to the max. We can quit now. Yeah, it was quite a match. All right, great. Wise man, thank you so much. I mean, I'll just move you over. You can stay on the microphone for a little bit. What I actually like to do is save here very quickly. Because I don't think that we've done... What is this? Whatever. Oh, the Mishy ribbon, Lamau. And we already got that. Yeah, I don't think we got the jukebox for Randy's room, but... if we did... then we're gonna come back and we're gonna get our 2,000 back, you know what I mean? So first, let me go in here and let's figure that out. You know, I had a pretty good time playing poker. Not for nothing. So this is me. Hello. Okay, a little airplane. So he's Team Aviator. What was that? After a cursory check-in with the CPD headquarters, they all each retired to their respective rooms to rest. Whew, got that out of the way. Be nice if I could take a nap, but a nap rather, but I guess that's not happening. Hey, Lloyd, are you there? Yeah, I am. What's good, Kia? Look at all the new stuff you got. Yo. Is it that interesting? I mean, I guess they're not things you'd normally find in someone's room. Nope. Huh? This is called a model, right? It's like the car you have over there. It doesn't look like an orbital airship, though. The shape's all different. That's a good point. Yeah, you're right. It's a fictional flying machine from a graphic novel. Lamau, you mean an airplane? They call it an airplane! It doesn't run on orbital energy, but in story, it can soar through the air like a bird. Wow! Oh, I want to ride on one someday. Oh, but you said it's fictional, huh? That means it's not real, right? Well, as far as I know, yeah. I can't wait for Kia to become the first airplane pilot. She's gonna be the first aviator in this world. Well, I guess they have aviators that fly orbital airships. But she's gonna be the plane aviator. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to fly without orbital energy anyway. Then again, it's hard to imagine, but maybe someone out there really has built something like this before. Hey, what's that then? Oh, that's a punching bag. There's a bunch of sand inside, so you can use it to practice your punches and kicks. It's no substitute for actual boxing, but it's some nice for some light training. Oh, I get it. They make it like that so it doesn't hurt when you hit it, right? Exactly. She catches on quick, doesn't she? I can tell that she's getting smarter by the minute. Kia? Lloyd! Kia, are you alright? Yeah, that was fun. This thing is great. I know what you mean. Now that I think about it, my brother used to have one in his room too. It was a lot bigger and heavier though. I remember how much it hurt when I tried to punch it. Maybe it'd be better if I got the real deal instead. Hey Lloyd, can I play with this when you aren't home? It'd be perfect practicing for my tackles for my spears. Okay, as long as you don't hurt yourself, okay? I guess I can keep this one for a little while longer. Cute. That was very cute. To be cute. Here, Randy, take your jukebox. Okay, yeah, we hadn't gotten that before. I think we actually might have all of Randy's stuff, too. While at the SS building, Lloyd and the others took a break from their duties. After a cursory check-in with the CPD headquarters, they each retired to their respective rooms, including Orlando. Hey, Randy, can I come in? Yeah, go for it. What's up, big bro? What's up? Time to roll out. In a bit, HQ didn't need anything else in particular from us today. Don't tell me you've been drinking in here. Be honest with me, Randy. Ha, nah, I wouldn't dare. Now, what are we waiting for? Let's head on out. Unbelievable. Still, even though I give him a hard time, I know Randy is responsible when it comes to that sort of thing. He'll probably be fine. Oh, by the way, I feel like you've got a bunch more stuff in your room now. Is that a surfboard up there? He's catching waves? Yep. People used to get a lot more use out of them rather by the coast though. You can catch some waves on Lake Elm though. It's not a total waste. Turns out lake surfing ain't too bad. Huh. I didn't know you were into that thing, sort of thing, Randy. And this thing here, what are these called again? I think I saw one in a magazine once. That, my friend, is a jukebox. Pop in a 10 mirror coin and it'll play whatever music suits your fancy. You are more likely to find one in a back alley dive than an upscale bar, though. Okay. Okay. Okay, Randy. I'm down. This is pretty nice. It almost makes me feel nostalgic in a way. Haha, I haven't really seen any of them around Crossbow though. They're pretty popular out in the sticks, where there's not much to pass time with. I see. Did they have jukeboxes at the bars you used to visit? They sure did. They sure did. The bars I used to visit. It's nothing. So anyway, when are we heading out or what? Are we heading out or what rather? Mademoiselle and the others are probably waiting for us. Yeah, let's go. The bars I used to visit. I don't have anything for anybody else. At present. But I know I am missing things for, and we might as well start to wrap these up as we were saying. One's at St. Ursula, one's at the IBC. 9 Volley, I guess we should at least look to see what those are. So first let's go to the IBC. We're gonna go to St. Ursula anyway for our little check-in. I don't know where it would be here, to be honest. Because they don't have a shop. To my knowledge. I'm sorry. I didn't read that, but it sounded like they were talking about, yeah. I heard the last remaining Calvardian terrorists from the trade conference were finally arrested yesterday. Apparently they were caught trying to return to the Republic, by rail. It turned into a huge incident. There must have been a real fight for the passengers. I doubt any of them wanted to share, or expected rather, to share a train with fugitives. Wanted fugitives. You prices have been taking an interesting turn this morning in the Republic. I'd be sitting pretty rather when I brought that stock I was eyeing earlier. Well, in hindsight rather is 2020, isn't it? Nothing can be done about it now. Who can I buy from in the IBC? Right? I mean, I can exchange. Oh, there's a buy option. Oh, wow, dang. I didn't know they even had a buy option here. That's crazy. Here, we'll take that. And that's the last time I'm ever exchanging any mirror here. Get me out of here. Close my accounts. Okay, so let me see what 9 Volley. Kronk's Craft Stand? Oh. We were just there. I know we can buy things from him. What's up, Kronk? That's not what I wanted. That's still not what I wanted. Thank you. Old cushion? Okay. Lloyd was like, oh, there's just a really old cushion right here. Let me go buy that. And 9 Volley. What are you kids doing here?
Hey, Jingo, we came to hang out. You got food here, right? Give us some. Sure, if you guys pay for it. Got any Mira? Haha, we did, but we spent it all yesterday. We ate a whole bunch of meat. You two never think more than 2 seconds ahead, do ya? Come on, Jingo, be cool and give us some food. Just call them samples. You don't look starving to me. Come back when you're skin and bones and then maybe we'll talk. You're just as much as a meanie as your mom, Jingo.
Lamau. So other? We need 3 bitter burgers. Okay, what do we need to make burgers? Because we do have a burger recipe. And we know how to, we need tomatoes. And really leaves. So let's do that very quickly. And let's go to Central Square. We will get some leaves and some tomatoes. Tomatoes are expensive though. Wherever they are. We need a couple of these. Let's just get 10 of those for right now. Am I tripping? No, they're right here. Sure. Okay. So now we need to, admittedly, I'm gonna save. I will be saving. And now what we need to do is cook some bitter burgers. Looks like we can cook up to 8. So let's try for 5 first. Actually, let's turn the page. Who's the worst? Ellie. Ellie can't cook no burgers. She's bad at the grill. 1 light burger. You only made 1 bitter burger there, Ellie? You got another chance to make 2 more. Come on, girl. Ellie. Ellie will do this again. Now I need you to make 3 bitter burgers. I'm gonna give you all 8 chances. Come on. 2. That looks good. 2. That looks good. Good. Good job. Great work, Ellie. This time. We even have a bitter burger to spare. Alright, come back around here. Work. Thank you. And hello, Jingo. There's also somebody over there, so let me take a peek. Other. Thank you. What is this actually? It's also for Tia. Okay, fair enough. Very good. Oh, you guys are in here trying to. Oh. Yeah, let's talk.
You boys talking about that enigma on display? Watch this. Hold it to your ear and voila, you got an orbital phone. Holy crap, you're right. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, don't bracers and police use these things? Wazzy too, I think. Mind if we ask how much these sell for, Ashley? They're all made to order, so on the up and up, around 100K minimum. But if you're interested in one of our knockoff models, I can be a little bit more flexible. So, you guys want one or not? Did you say 100? That'd be like buying 100,000 One Mirror chocolates at once. Ha, you two sound like someone just read your rats. 100,000 mirror, I've never seen that much in my life combined, let alone all at once. Things sure are noisy today. Since when the hell was my store a hangout spot for the neighborhood rugrats? You know what? You're right. You got Tommy and Angelica over here. That guy just needs to, well, I guess he's more like Chucky since he's got the right hair. We got, well, this guy has closer hair to Chucky. I don't know. I was trying to make a Rugrats reference, whatever. Just imagine 100,000 One Mirror chocolate pieces. That could fill this entire room. I'm glad they have their things together. Tallies and I think it's just Tallies now. Yeah, okay. Let's go to Tallies. That's the last item that I think we need for decoration. Tallies. We're poor, so we're gonna have to exchange some things real quick. Plus, whatever's in here is cheap. Oh, one of them's not cheap. Of course. Of course, Noah. Here, we're gonna get the stylish mirror. Yes. And then we are going to shell out of pocket for Noelle. Noelle's lucky that I'm shipping her with Lloyd. Because I'm very close to going right back to... Momo and her friends have been playing outside today. Traffic's been getting worse lately, so I hope they remember to watch out for cars. Yeah, I hope so too. Maybe reinforce that instead of talking to us about it. And let's buy this bike for Noelle. So I think we actually have everyone's little scenes now, so let's get them going. Cute little SSS scenes. I can't wait to come back in the evening. I hope they've found everybody. We actually have all the boys done already. So I think we actually need to do all of the girls, so let's start here. Does this look alright?
Sure does. Okay. Oh, she had another thing in our inventory. There we go. While the SSS building, Lloyd and the others decided to take a break from their duties. After a cursory check-in with the CPD, they each retired to their respective rooms to rest.
May I come in, Ellie? Lloyd, yes you may. Is it time for us to leave soon? Just about. HQ didn't need anything else in particular from us today. Even though we keep checking in with them, they're like, he was like, are you sure you don't need anything? Yes, Bannings, we told you, we're good. Are you sure? Everything's still getting ready. Everyone's still getting ready there. So you don't feel like you need to rush. Oh, I see you've added some new decor to your room.
It's all kind of happened on its own. That mirror feels familiar in design, but maybe not.
I've been trying to cut down on clutter by taking my old books and such with me on my trips home.
Still, it's way more put together than my place.
Sure, you may have more stuff, but it perfectly complements your room. Oh hey, is that a music box?
Yes, it is.
It's a Rheinveld company brand antique I found at Imelda's shop. The tune it plays brought up so many old memories that I purchased it right then and there. Would you like to listen in for a bit?
Yeah, I love a little sound check. Sure, I can't say I'm not curious, and suddenly it's like, do 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 do, do 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 do. I'd scream. Okay, well, I guess it's over. It's has such a nice, soothing tone.
Doesn't it?
The Rheinveld company is better known as an Erebonian instrument manufacturer, but their music boxes are quite popular as well. I used to own a much smaller one that played the exact same song when I was a little girl. I brought it with me when I was studying abroad, and I only ended up losing it.
I see.
Could it have been a memento from our parents? I had given up on replacing it since they were no longer in production, so I was practically beside myself when I found Imelda had one in stock. I can only imagine.
You never really know what you might find in there, huh?
So I've discovered.
Now then, shall we, Lloyd?
Sounds good. I'm going to Tio's room. Hey, Tio, I got you this. Oh my gosh, it's adorable. Hey, Tio, we also... Oh, no, I actually think we have Tio's last thing is at the quest that we're about to do. Hello.
This spot looks good.
Okay, and here we go. It's time, baby.
I think that just about does it. Do you have a minute, Noel? Lloyd? Yeah, come in. Is it time to go?
No, I called the CPD for about the 5th time today, and they said, no, you don't need anything, Lloyd. Come on, boy. Stop calling us. We'll call you. Everyone's still getting ready, though, so don't feel like you have to rush.
Oh, what are you writing over there? Official paperwork?
Oh yeah, it's just one of my duties as a temporary transfer. I have to send Commander Bales a report each week. Yikes, dude. Well, keep up the good work.
Wow, your room seems a bit bare bones.
Isn't so bare bones anymore, huh?
You've got a bike here, and is that a pair of racing flags on the wall? Oh, you recognize them?
Sure, I did live in Calvar for 2 years. Now that I think about it, I saw a lot more bicycles there than I do here. As for the flags, they still have orbital car races over there, don't they? Also, they have NASCAR in Calvard.
Yeah, exactly. My late father was especially fond of those. Back when I was a kid, he brought us some train tickets and took me on a trip to see a race. He was always so busy with the CGF, we only ever went that one time.
I see. So he's the reason you love cars so much.
Ha, I'm that obvious, huh?
Well, so I'm glad that there's like a means to this car obsession, you know what I mean? It takes her back to simpler times, at the time when she had her dad. I'd love to watch another race next time I get vacation off of work. No telling when that'll be though, if ever. I hear you. Though I get the sense she'd prefer to be behind the wheel instead of in the stands. Changing the subject a bit, if there are any bicycle models you'd recommend, I'd love to hear about them sometime.
Oh?
Back when I lived in Calvard, I had this friend who was something of a biker. It definitely stoked some interest in me. You had a friend who was something of a biker back in Calvard? Okay, hopefully we meet them or something, or am I forgetting somebody? I was thinking we could go for a ride together on one of our day offs. So what do you say? That sounds great. Oh my gosh, go on a bike. Go on a bike ride together on one of your day offs? Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Bikes do a lot more than just get you from point A to B. They're also good for a workout, handy in a pinch, and most importantly, fun to ride. I'll bring you a catalog from my house next time. Thanks, I appreciate it. They're going on a bike date, you guys? Look, y'all, look, they had a little cute time together, but these two are going on a bike date, look. Luciola knew what she was talking about, baby, and I knew what I was talking about. Hey, Kia, here, take this thing, whatever it is.
Wow, this is for me? Thank you so much, Lloyd.
You're very welcome. Oh, that thing is kind of hideous. It's kind of hideous.
And I'll put this one here.
That one's less hideous. I like that one. Did we get you something else? No? Okay, I guess we're still missing something for you. Goodness gracious, she has so many decorations, dude. We are spoiling the old girl. Well, actually, this isn't that many. She could use a couple more. I changed my mind so quick. I was like, no, it's Kia. She can take some more. It's her world. I don't know which one of Kia's that I'm missing then. Oh, I haven't been to St. Ursula. That's probably the one. I figured out Blue's Clues. Speaking of, let's go. Ride the car to St. Ursula. I don't know where it would be at besides in the, I guess the chef's area, I suppose. I think that's the only place that would be selling something. What else do we actually need to do? Talk to the braces in the inn. Cecile in Shizuku's room, Sharon in the nurse's office. After exchanging the packages in package pandemonium. Okay. Very good. Okay, well then first things first. What's up? Oh, I thought the boys were here. What's up, girls?
Oh, hello, SSS.
Lynn, Aeolia, what brings you to St. Ursula today?
Another bracer request, perhaps? We're taking a little breather and doing some prep work before we get back to investigating the cryptids. The plan is to check out the sandbar on St. Ursula Road where you exterminated the one from yesterday. We're hoping to find some sort of link between the cryptids and the pleroma grass that you mentioned. Oh, and Arius is back to work too, just so you know. He'll be handling the last cryptid that was assigned to the guild. All by himself, huh? Anything we can do to lend a hand? Oh, I think we have it under control. Although, I could use some hugs and kisses from Tio to perk me up in case you run into any more trouble. You will survive. You will survive. Hugs and kisses from me is something that will not let me thrive. So cruel. I'd be more concerned for her if she didn't act this way. In other words, there's nothing to worry about. We can take care of ourselves. You guys just keep doing what you're doing on your end. Good luck. I still can't. The fight that we had with them is still like coming back to me and I'm getting nightmares. What's up, girly? Look for Arios. He went back to the city yesterday night. Shizuku could still use his support, but we all understand how busy his bracer work keeps him. Now then, what shall I make for the boarders for dinner this evening? Okay, well, you know, I was hoping that you would talk about the dish that I still need from you, but that's fine. Shining palm cushion. Okay, and it's only 500. Thank goodness. Yes, please. All right, so that's Kia's last one, I think. So, at this point, we just need to talk to Cecile in Shizuku's room. But there are a couple of other people that I probably will talk to. What do you have to say? According to Mr. Clock, it's going to rain all day starting tomorrow, noted. He said that you can find the weather forecast right on the Orbital Network. My gosh, the world is advancing more and more by the second. Pretty amazing, don't you think? Well, we'll see about that. If your weather predictions are like ours. I heard Saron being chewed out by the nurse administrator earlier. That girl can never keep her nose clean. A bit of scolding now and then might do her some good. I'll go stick up for her, of course, once I see a good chance to cut in. Oh no. What did she do this time? How are y'all doing? Hey, Cecile. What's up, Shizuku? You can keep those eyes closed, it's fine. Hello there, Lloyd. What brings all of you here? Did you want to pay Shizuku a visit? Yes, we did. We're not interrupting, are we? Oh, not at all. I just came to tell her that Michael sent her a letter from Lamont. Oh, yes! I was going to ask if she wanted me to read it to her. Did you say Michael? Isn't the boy Dr. Seelan operated on? Yes, he was also staying on this floor, so the two of us became good friends. We promised to exchange letters with one another when he left the hospital. Regular pen pals, from regular pals to pen pals, eh? It's not uncommon for St. Ursula to receive letters from former patients like this. Sadly, it isn't easy finding the time to respond with whatever sheer volumes of our workload. It's still nice to hear from them, knowing that someone I cared for is leading a healthy, happy life never fails to give me a boost of energy. That sounds like you, Cecile. I bet you put a lot of love and care into every reply you make. Perhaps I should begin writing letters to Martha as well. Oh, Tio! I'm sure she'd like that. She was so happy after seeing you for the first time in years. It's never too late. You're always welcome to give it a shot. I will consider it once our work slows down. Wow, that was actually very precious, Tio. I usually don't think that you say precious things for real. You quip a whole lot, Tio. But that was actually very nice. Now then, I'll just go ahead and read this for you. Dear Shizuku, how have you been? I've been doing well myself. I've been praying to the goddess every single night for her help. For her to help you see again. He hasn't changed one bit. It's so good to hear from Michael. He included a photo too. It's of him and his parents. They seem so happy. I can't wait to see it. Oh, man. Oh, and he included a photo too. It's of him and his parents. They seem so happy. Okay, so we've talked to them enough. Very nice. She'll see it one day. I feel like she'll probably get her vision. Okay, so I was gonna say, I feel like she'll probably get her vision again. One of the first things she sees is like her dad doing something bad. You know what I mean? That would be crazy, dude. That would be nuts. Like her dad fighting the SSS or something. I think I would break down, dude. I'd be like, this game can't do this to me. Cause I'm very like, I don't want to say emotionally invested. Hey, how everybody doing here? Oh yeah, what's up? I heard Dr. Seelan's going back to the drawing board to come up with a procedure to restore Shizuku's eyesight. Thank goodness. She seemed so down about what happened, I was starting to avoid her. I'm glad she's shifting back into her focus. Not that I'm surprised Dr. Seelan's got nerves of steel. She could stay calm and rational through any crisis. Yeah, but even a failure like that'll get you down. Yeah, let's see what y'all are talking about. Oh, honestly, Saron, how many times must you make the same mistake before you learn? But Martha, I told you, this one isn't my fault. I thought I did it right. Oh, no. She actually didn't make the mistake. If there's been any mistake, it's on their end. It just has to be, I swear. Why won't you believe me? Well, last time you did order 300 sheets. Do you really expect me to buy that? I'm hardly in the wrong for not believing you after the countless mistakes you made in the past. I agree, but this time it is actually not her fault. So maybe, you know, once she makes a mistake, you know, a handful of times, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so that's everyone at St. Ursula. Put this back up right here. Talk to Police Academy. Or I guess go to the Police Academy. Let's go to the Cathedral first, because that's one of the places that I just forget to go sometimes. Here. Thank you, Mishy Mobile. Thank you, Noel. Keep it parked for us. So here, we definitely want to talk to Old Man Quint. OMQ. What's up, boy? Even after Ario started to make a name for himself with the guild, Guy would drag him here to drink with us on occasion. Oh, to watch the two of them drink at least. Or to watch the two of us drink at least. He'd just sit there with a straight face while me and Guy got 3 sheets. 3 sheets to the wind. Hoo-hoo! What I wouldn't have given to see Ario's cut loose and get plastered off his divine blade after. Dude, I love Old Man Quint. Guy used to drag Arios here with us, so I love you, my dude. He might not be my favorite OC. I'm sorry, NPC in the entire game, but he's up there. That's my boy. Oh, hello everyone. And good to see you, Reese. Thank you again for the information you provided us yesterday. I'm happy that I could help. So what brings you here today? Well, actually, we're about to go to the Doll Studio. Rosenberg Studio. I'm aware that it has some connection to the society. That's Gralsritter intel for you, I guess. It's my understanding that George Rosenberg is an unreasonable man who knows right from wrong. But still, that doesn't change the fact that he has ties to Ouroboros. I urge you to exercise caution if you intend to meet him. Yeah, we fought his robots before, it'll be fine. But that wasn't on the hard difficulty, so maybe it won't. Thanks for looking out for us, Risa. Risa, baby. Make sure you're prepared for anything before you head to the doll studio. Please, be careful, everyone. Yeah, we'll see. I guess he wouldn't have the dolls kill us. You know? That's fair. Who else do I need to talk to here? No, Marble. Sister Marble. What's up, Marble, baby? Oh, Lloyd, I just remembered you all came to see me yesterday, didn't you? Was there something you wish to ask me about? There was, but don't worry about it. It wasn't important. From what we heard yesterday, Pleroma grass rather is a sensitive subject within the church. It's probably best not to bring it up with her. Really now? Well, if you insist. Just know that I'm always happy to help whenever I'm available. Don't be afraid to come to your old teacher now and then. Know that I'm always here if you know. What else is an old teacher good for, rather? Don't be afraid to ask anything of me. I don't think I've ever asked any of my old teachers for anything outside of, like, outside of college recommendations. Actually, I don't think I've asked any of my teachers for anything personally. Do you know what I mean? And then again, I don't think I've seen, that's not true. Our school used to essentially have, like, the last day before Thanksgiving break, we would have kind of like a harvest fest, which is essentially like a, first of all, a can drive, but also like a alumni returning day, but also a kind of battle of the classes. But it's really split up between like a battle of like the homerooms. They would like put 4 homerooms together and they would be like teams and they do like kickball, etc., etc. It was very neat, very cool. It was just kind of a whole outdoor or indoor day depending, you know, the weather, because, you know, that's November, that's when weather gets a little tricky. I went back for that a couple of times. I think the first 2 times after I graduated, then I never really went back. Because then all of my teachers started to retire too, and I was like, well, I have no reason to come back here. Pretty much after my homeroom teacher, and I think really all of my math teachers and 2 of my history teachers, they were the ones I were the coolest with. I never caused any trouble, so I was kind of okay, cool with all of my teachers, but you know, it is what it is. I'm trying to get to, we need to go to the gates. So let me go back to the car. I don't know why I was walking. Are they practicing? I didn't even try to go in here. They must be practicing. Excuse me all, yes, I regret to inform you we're rehearsing. Yep. Toodaloo. Okay. We need to go to the 2 gates and to mines, definitely. Oh, there's a Nielsen quest. Oh boy.
Yosh.
Okay. Let's go to mines first. But I think the Nielsen quests are kind of informational, at least, I think. Was this box always covered? I don't know. Amy, where are you? Amy, oh, what you wanna do? Arkansas will be debuting their revival performance the day after tomorrow. That means something bad's probably gonna happen the day after. Well, that's not true. I was gonna say something's bad happened at all of their performances, but I guess only one performance that it was there that the mayor almost got assassinated. I'd love to see one of their shows someday, if even just once. Maybe I'd sit next to a fine gentleman with an appreciation for theater, and we could strike up a romantic chat. I can tell if she's more interested in the show or the imaginary gentleman. The gentleman. Wait. Theater and me. I love Amy. She's such a dork. Let me see. So he's in the inn. Which is odd, because, well, not odd, but I do actually don't think. I don't believe we've actually had any quests from anyone in these inn rooms, have we? First time for everything. Here. Let's talk. Mr. Nielsen? Ah, is that you, Lloyd? Hello, again, I'm glad you remember me. I haven't forgotten the voices of those I've had the pleasure of interviewing. is this man? Yeah, he's that famous journal we met a little while back. That's right, Marcel Nielsen.
I thought his first name was Nielsen. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
What brings you to Mines, if I may ask? Well, I have an interview scheduled with Mayor Bixson, as it so happens. I've been asking him for his account on Mines' origin as a septium mining village, as well as how it has changed in the modern day. With the topic of independence looming over Crossville, I thought it pertinent to reflect on the state's history. Not a bad idea. That's a very insightful perspective to have, for lack of a better phrase. Ha! I'll consider it a compliment. My circumstances do give me a penchant, rather, for taking things the long way around. But enough about me. I heard you all contributed to stopping the terrorist attack at the trade conference. With that in mind, I have the urge to interview you about the matter. Would you mind terribly? You see, there are several lingering questions I have regarding the motivations behind that attack. I suspect speaking with you all will help me uncover the meaning of it all. You mean the meaning behind the terrorist attack? That may prove to be difficult to divulge.
That's right. Information about the case is restricted to members of the state government and the police force. Even if we do take your questions, we'll be pretty limited into what we can disclose.
That's understandable and well within my expectations. I only need you to say one word and have one hint of a slip-up for me to read the entire room and tell you everything how it happened. Nevertheless, I believe there is still merit to be discussed, to be had in discussing the matter. What do you say?
Our last interview with him was definitely insightful. Participating in a second one could be a good idea if we have the time. We do.
Alright, we'll agree to your interview. Splendid. Thank you for your time. Let's begin right away then.
It's time for another
Inside Scoop. Thank you all for agreeing to this interview. On the topic of discussion is the recent terrorist attack that occurred at the West Zamorian Trade Conference.
I like that this is kind of like hey, this is a recap of things that have happened, but also an insight or a take that you either realized or didn't realize.
To begin, I would like to confirm the identity of the perpetrators involved. Could you do that for me, Lloyd?
It was the Imperial Front. No, it was the anti-immigration faction. No, it was both. Two terrorist cells from within the major powers were working in conjunction with one another. One was the Liberation Front from Erebonia. The other was comprised of members of the Calvar's anti-immigration faction.
That's right, those were indeed the parties responsible. I will refrain from delving into their backgrounds and founding principles. However, it is worth noting that the two groups have no history of collaboration, and yet they mounted a united front against the conference. I am given to understand that they were abetted by a so-called society that had also been operating covertly in Liberal. Exclamation points everywhere! Oh, not exclamation points, just huh. Yeah, the Society of Ouroboros. Thinking back, the terrorists were making use of archaisms at the trade conference. Do you know of the society, Mr. Nielsen? I've come across their name before, yes. They're a bit of an enigma, to be certain. I take it your work has led you to learning of them as well, huh? Yeah, we've heard a thing or two. And the more we hear, the shadier they seem to be. At any rate, we can definitively state that their true aim are completely shrouded in mystery. Trying to deduce their objections at this stage would be entirely in vain. I don't know about that, my boy. I feel like I am going to do some semi-deducing, but I don't quite know, actually. You might be onto something. I'm inclined to agree with that. Let's move on to the next topic then. I would like to review the intentions and perspectives of the two major parties in regards to the attack. My sources tell me that each nation employed outside forces in secret. Both of these forces contributed greatly to the resolution of the incident. What I find peculiar is that although the Empire and Republic foresaw the attack, they elected not to prevent it, leaving both of their terror groups at large. I have to wonder why that is. What do you suppose they were trying to achieve, Lloyd?
So, it's not forcing a resignation. And I don't think it's I don't think it's exactly expose. I think it's contain. I don't know if it's expose though. Is it expose or contain? I think it's contain because I feel like they sent their biggest parties out there. So I'm just gonna go with contain, because they didn't want him to resign. So contain opposing political factions. Yes. Each terrorist group was backed by a political faction that stands at odds with its respective country's leader. I think their top priority was to keep these two opposing factions in check. In Chancellor Osborne's case, he was looking to put pressure on Erebonia's noble faction. As for President Rocksmith, he was looking to deter anyone who agrees with Calvard's radical nationalist. I agree. That is the only logical explanation for why they allowed the terrorists to remain at large. As a result, the public tide has turned in their favor. Citizens from either country are raising their voices against the aforementioned factions. Political leverage, then, was the end goal. Not exactly. On a separate note, the Lloyd, you identified that as their top priority, did you not? I found that curious. Did you mean to imply that they had another objective in mind as well? Well, the Lloyd. Yeah, I can imagine one other objective. I also think it was to obtain a foothold for their advancement into Crossbell. Oh. Crossbell is in their crosshairs, so to speak. That much was clear from the day that they both, leaders, offered to station their troops in Crossbell at the conference. Yes, and the terrorist attack fueled the narrative that the Crossbell cannot keep its borders safe by itself. That only places further pressure on the state to accept their proposal. The non-aggression pact that Liberal introduced has essentially lost all power as a deterrent at this point. Moreover, Crossbell's independence proposal has placed it square in the public eye of both the Empire and the Republic, thereby redirecting the attention of either country's citizens away from their domestic conflicts and discontent. So even that was by design. I've heard two birds with one stone, but this is more like down in a flock with a boulder. Well, then I see you've all considered this as much detail as I have. If you don't mind, I would like to move on to our final topic. It is apparent that the two countries had a mutual understanding as far as the attack was concerned. Do you believe this to be evidence of a greater alliance between them? Definitely not a permanent one. And I don't think it's out of the question, considering that they were like, oh, yes, 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 yes. I think it's a temporary one. Could they have possibly formed a temporary alliance? Is that possible? No, it can't be that simple. Okay, maybe not. No, I think that's out of the question. I thought the way that they were talking in there, I was like, there's a world where they may have, like, been like, oh, yeah, of course. Ultimately, they both have the same objective, the sole possession of Crossbell. Yes, that's exactly right. In the end, the incident at the trade conference was no more than a one-time instance of them acting in lockstep. Furthermore, Crossbell is simply too valuable for either country to let it remain as a simple buffer zone. There is no room for allyship if it aspires to take it. If each aspires to take it for themselves. Their parallel actions tipped their hands as to their conflicting motivations. Well, for a blind man, your aim is impressive. See, that's what I'm talking about. Tio, 10 minutes ago, wow, so wholesome. You're usually quipping left and right. Tio, now, it's time to quip back, baby. It's time to quiplash. So this is all just a warm-up before the real thing. Eventually, they're going to go at each other, rather, guns a-blazing. Yes, and I would imagine the war of intelligence they're waging will only worsen from here. The increasing activity from Jaegers and criminal syndicates in Crossbell can likely be attributed to that as well. Unfortunately, as it is, I would not be surprised to see a resurgence of inexplicable incidents such as those from Crossbell's past. We actually have not seen hide nor tail of Randy's family at all since the incident, so really, was that all they were here for? No, but we know that that place is still around. Whatever. Inexplicable incidents? What do you mean? No, never mind that. Forgive me for speaking out of... Hold on a minute. I would not be surprised to see a resurgence of inexplicable incidents such as those from Crossbell's past. Can you elaborate? Because that feels like corkboard-esque things that you have said. That aside, we've sorted out a number of matters regarding the terror attack. Asking for this interview was a wise decision indeed. Thank you for your time. Likewise, this was enlightening.
I think we understand the current situation a lot more clearly now. It was almost more information than I was prepared to handle. I am glad to hear you found it beneficial. It would be wonderful if we could chat like this again sometimes, future circumstances permitting. Of course, we'll be more than happy to. Thank you for indulging me with an interview today, SSS. I would love to chat again should the opportunity arise. I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I mean? I don't know how I feel. I do not know how I do the feeling about this. Mayor, what's good? The braces have been noticeably busier than normal these days. We've had to think twice before submitting any non-urgent request. I was told they're investigating large, monstrous monsters that have been emerging throughout the state. It gives me this horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. I fear something wicked may be brewing in Crossbell. He's right. He's correct. I fear something wicked is brewing, and she might never find a boyfriend. So let's go to our gates. And the police academy. Police academy first, just because we're never over there. What's good, girly? Oh shoot, I'm late. I was supposed to be training first thing in this morning. The instructor's never gonna let me hear the end of this. Is this young girl your old neighbor, Leloy, the one who recently enrolled here? Yeah, that's her. It's crazy to think that we could be co-workers in the future. This is taking me back to my early days as a cadet. They really put you through the ringer at the beginning. I know exactly what it's like to get treated out by the instructors too. Oh shoot, I'm late. Oh. Poor girly. Okay. Well, I mean, while we're here, let's talk to you. As far as we're concerned, there haven't been any further sightings of that cryptid that appeared in the forest today. I believe the braces that came by are investigating elsewhere at the moment. I think I have a couple of secrecy popcorn is crazy and enigma candy. Okay. That'll do. Alright, now let's go to our 2 gates and then let's knock out some of these. Nope. Where do we park here? There it is. Let's go to the 2 gates and then we'll start all of our quests. Let's go to Tangram first. Guardsman Jack? That's not Guardsman Jack. Crossbell pays an entire 10% of its tax revenue to Crazy, by the way. Independence would make Crossbell no longer beholden to that, significantly increasing our state budget. I wonder how much of it would go to fortifying rather CGF in that scenario. Probably a lot. The braces are searching here, there, and everywhere for those cryptids. They're a good fit for the job too, rather. Those guys are way more experienced with the areas off the beaten path than us. That's fair, I suppose. Guardsman Jack? For some reason, no cryptids have appeared on Tangram Hill. It would be problematic if we had to go into the buffer zone to exterminate a cryptid with the Republic right there. But it could still happen, so we've got to keep our guards up. That would suck, actually, now that I'm saying that out loud. Braces are in the mess hall. What's up, boys? Funny running into you here, SSS. We do our rounds. Ascon Wenzel, I'm surprised to see you guys out by the border. The end of the Republic, or is there a cryptid at Tangram Hill, maybe? Neither. If one of those monsters did appear at Tangram Hill, it would be under the CGF's jurisdiction. That's true, but in that case, what are you doing here? We were investigating off the East Crossbell Highway where you defeated the cryptid yesterday. If the Pleroma grass really is connected to those things appearing, we wanted to see if there were any more of it that had bloomed nearby. I see, that does seem like a distinct possibility. Since you're bracers, you guys can get back into back areas we wouldn't be able to investigate. That's the thought. Leave this area for us for now, rather. Hey, your future wife needs you. She is worried about you. The trade conference may be done, but we haven't gotten any less busy. I haven't been able to see my fiance Pearl at all. Okay, there we go. The girl who works at the department store, you mean? Unfortunately, you're gonna need to stick this out. We're short-staffed as it is. When this is all over, you should ask Michael for a day off. I can help cover if you need be. Thanks, Wenzel. I don't know what I'd do without you, partner. Anyway, we need to focus on work. You've got your assignment to deal with, so leave us this one to us. I am glad that he said something about Pearl, because I was like, you need to get your head in the game, boy. After reading a report, I confirmed that there was Pleroma grass growing in the other areas where the cryptids appeared. What an inscrutable plant. We had better be careful around it. Okay, that's not everyone here yet.
Deputy Commander Douglas and Guardsman Garrison on the roof. Okay. Douglas. What's up, Dougie? About that plant you found during your investigation. Pleroma grass, I believe it was called. It was reported to be the key ingredient in Gnosis, correct? We've always known that drug was dangerous, but never expected it would be linked to something like this. If it's the key ingredient to Gnosis, and we know that Gnosis can cause demonization, we're in trouble. You know what I mean? But I never expected this would be linked to something like this. Weren't you around the police academy during the Colton incident, rather, Deputy Commander? That was the first place the CGF went for. That's right. We were completely blindsided when the brainwashed unit from Belgard attacked. In the end, the academy staff and I couldn't hold them back, and Ernest was sprung from the prison. We figured that was the case. To think a simple flower could cause not only what happened last night, but also cryptids emerging in our state. The latter of which is something that presents a clear and present danger to all across Bellins. Yeah, rough stuff, dude. I don't know what they're gonna do. Oh, this isn't the roof, Okay, I did get that chest, I was like, I'm certain I've gotten this, so up one more set of stairs. No. Up one more set of stairs, thank you. And through here. It's unclear whether Tingram Hill is Cross Bellin or Republican territory, rather. For all intents and purposes, rather, Republic has control of it right now. If Crossbell were to become independent, the disputes over that land might heat up. Oh, fair. Despite how he looks, Deputy Commander Douglas is a fairly chill guy, mostly. I want to be like him someday. Yeah, I was gonna say, I've had no problems with Douglas. But you know, that also puts me at a point where I'm like, well, maybe I should have a problem with Douglas. Maybe he is secretly a part of the Atno. I wouldn't put it past him, but he's been introduced in this game, so I feel like it's less likely. You know what I mean? I feel like if the Atno exists, it's gotta be almost exclusively people we've met in the first game. Let's go to Belgard. I think Belgard's actually the last place we need to go. Yeah. Okay, then let's do it. There's a couple of people we need to talk to here. Logins. We've had an out-of-control driver frequently on these roads recently. The nerve of some people. Goddess forbid they cause a major accident. Our hands are full enough with the tensions between us and Arabonia. If the Crossbell gains independence, rather, the CGF will become an actual properly armed military. I do worry about how the Empire and Republic would respond, but my Crossbellan pride wants nothing more than to see it happen. Crossbellan pride is real. Now that I'm like hearing all of this again, it's taking me right back to the question that Goliath Osborne asked us, like, how long do you think Crossbell will stand? And that, I think, becomes a very, like, scary question. I will be talking to her. All the CGF soldiers are on edge for some reason. It's making me uncomfortable. I should leave for home soon. It's just weird to see someone, like, sitting on a box out here. Talk to Beyond in the rest of Beyond. Who the heck is Beyond? Crossbell become independent? Hogwash, I say. You people should know your place. You people? Yo, Randy, hit him with your staff. I feel as though the Crossbellans are biting the hand that feeds you. Your name's Beyond? No, you're Guardman Kless. Who's Beyond? Oh, Idios, please have mercy. The soup is so spicy. My beloved made this especially for me, though. It's time to be a man and lick this bowl clean. The spice, my eyes, it's flashing before my eyes. But I need to make sure my bowl is clean as a whistle if it kills me. This is for you, Stella. Kless has been looking down, so I made him some soup with an extra kick to help perk him up. I was afraid it'd be too spicy, but thankfully he's been slurping it down like no tomorrow. I guess hot foods aren't a problem for him. This is what I call poor communication in a relationship. In the rest area past the I understand. Who's Beyond? Is your name Beyond? Okay. As each of the continent's armies continue modernizing, there's been an increase in focus in aerial warfare. prime example can be found during the 100 Days Wars of 1192 when the kingdom of Liberl was invaded by the Empire's superior military might. At the climax of the conflict, the Liberlian royal army managed to turn the tides by using their newly developed patrol ships. That outcome is exactly why Crossbow Guardian Force is forbidden for having any kind of aircrafts at any kind. Which is crazy. It's like, yeah, you aren't allowed to have something that could turn the tides in a war, you know what I mean? Kind of upsetting. So let's talk to Commander Bales. Deputy B. I've read your investigation report. I find it interesting that Pleroma grass mentioned during the cult incident would be relevant to our current predicament. We were surprised as well. You're surprised? Okay, so here's the problem. I hate to say that I'm starting to suspect Commander Bales to being a part of my Otno theory. But I don't know, dude. How would you like to proceed with the investigation? Unfortunately, the CGF is still unable to act. That said, having identified the apparent cause of the cryptid's sudden appearance is tangible progress. In light of that, ask that you continue to look into things to the fullest extent of your abilities. Don't worry, we got this. I suppose we do. I don't trust her. Miri, what's up? Ah, hello, SSS. You didn't happen to run into anything unusual on your way here, did you? Unusual how? Nothing seemed out of the ordinary as far as we could tell. Is that right? I suppose then they won't be showing up today. That's almost a relief, probably the speedster. Forget I said anything, it's just some work-related business. I might put in a request for all of you in the future, so I'd appreciate it if you heard me out when the time comes. I don't know what's up with you, but sure, you can hit us up whenever. Thanks, I'll hold you to that. Cute, cute! But never mind that. Things are strained with the major powers right now. I should be focusing on the border. You should be focusing on the border, Loki. We need to go to the roof. For you. Brood gifted me this book to read during my breaks. I enjoyed it a bit, so maybe you would too. Why did he gift you chapter 8 of a book? Man, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to rest. That said, the commander and the second lieutenant probably have it way worse. Their tenacity is admirable. I should strive to be more like them. I'm sick and tired. Of people like, yeah, I got this book from him. I enjoyed it. Chapter 8 of a book. Ain't got no idea what happened in any of the chapters, dude. Okay, so that's everybody. Let's go ahead and start doing these quests then. I'm trying to think, because I'd like to do... Okay, there's actually only a couple. We did the monster extermination, so I guess it's just the package one and the theme park one. That's less than I thought. That is indeed less than I thought. I will be right back, but I think... Oh, Kapua delivery! Oh! I even noticed the client. Oh, that's awesome. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. I was gonna save this for last, but just seeing the Kapua, I'm like, oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. Okay. So let's go back to the harbor district. Let's take it to the SSS garage. I think I might make some tea. So let me get to the harbor district. We'll get to where we need to be. And it's so weird teleporting like that. I can't say that I hate it, but I'm never usually ready for it. Save this bad boy, and yeah, I'm gonna get some tea real quick, so I'll be right back. So I'd like to get through a day, at least a day per chapter, or a day per episode for this chapter. And I don't think I can accomplish that tonight. But I do still have time to record later this week. Because I did spend some time... Okay. I was gonna say, I spent some time, grinding for those coins, which I kind of did in the background, so that took, like, an hour. So I probably should only record for another, like, 30-45 minutes. But then I'll finish up and wrap everything else up probably when I record tomorrow. So this is not going to be the end of the episode. It's just me saying I'm definitely going to be wearing different clothes. Calling all passengers to Michelin, the ship will be departing shortly. Because this is usually a recording that I just sit down, get one and done for like 3 or 4 hours. But we did a lot today. But we'll continue. Please board at your earliest convenience, rather. One of our support requests came from the theme park, didn't it? You're right, it involved Mishy in some way or another. I wonder if what they need us to do. Does it truly matter? Mishy needs our assistance. We have no time to lose. Well, I think we all know Teotat's stance on this. Something tells me this one's going to be one to remember. We shouldn't head to Michelin unless we're absolutely ready to handle this request. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm ready. Alright, no time like the present. I assume they're just saying, hey, once you're there, you can't do anything but this quest. Which is fine. Which is kind of what I expected. Lo and the others boarded the cruise ship for Michelin Wonderland. After arriving, they made their way to the front gates of the theme park where the client was waiting. Oh, that's not Mishy. That's Staffer Hanks. Ooh. I like a good berry tea. What a pickle. This is liable to throw off the entire morning schedule. Excuse us, what is CPD's SSS? Don't need a second guess. We'll handle your request. Because we're Crossbell's best. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. This is the SSS. And we are Crossbell's best. We'll handle your request. It's true. Hold on a minute. I'm a simmer on that for a little bit. Would you happen to be Hanks? We were here for the request you submitted. Oh, that's right. You're the SSS. Let me see. Yeah, I think you'll be a perfect fit. No sizing adjustments necessary. Wait, sizing adjustments? Oh my gosh. Are we gonna have to be Mishy? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Would you mind explaining your request? Oh, how careless of me. My apologies. You're all familiar with our park's mascot, Mishy, yes? No breathing soul could know more. Teotat has a bit of an obsession. But yeah, we know him. Hard to live in Crossbow too long without seeing that fluff ball around. Does Mishy have something to do with your request? It just so happens he does. The thing is, we received some bad news this morning. The actor who's portrayed Mishy since the park opened, well, he told us that he wasn't gonna make it. Make it? You don't mean... Oh, goodness, no, nothing that dire. He just had a sudden case of upset stomach. The plan is for him to get some medicine at St. Ursula and return to work as soon as he's able. If all goes well, he'll be back in action as early as this afternoon, rather. That still leaves the problem of the morning performance. That's where you come in. I need you to be doing someone to don the fur and be Mishy stand-in for a few hours. Mishy stand-in? Oh, hey, that sounds pretty fun. Alright, where do I check? Yeah, I don't think so. You're far too tall for the costume. On the other hand, I think your pal here with the over-serious expression would be perfect. Me? Oh, come on! You can't, Laloy can't handle the moves like this. Ha, ha, Mishy, yeah. Mishy, yeah. I was gonna use that kitty suit as a pretty fast to pick up chicks. Oh, I would die. Damn you, Laloy. How is this my fault? I'm just built different, and so are you. It's probably for the best. Otherwise, Randy would have given catfishing a whole new meaning, Lamel. So back to the matter at hand. Do you think you can do it? Well, we didn't come all this way for nothing. We'll take the job. Whew. I owe you one. Now then, let's, there's nothing more to cover. Let's... Tio, is something wrong? You've been very quiet these past few minutes. Tio, don't tell me. Costume. Actor? Upset stomach. Medicine. What's gotten into her? Pulling back the curtain might have been more than she could handle. I'd be very careful with the next words you say. I'll do what I can. Hey, Tio? No need to mind me. Mishy needs us. I will make sure to contribute as actively as I can. That's the spirit, Teotat. I don't know if I like the way she phrased that. Is she really okay? Everything settled? Good. Now you'll just need to follow me to the locker room. Oh my gosh. This is what Luciola was talking about. When she did the forecast of the Tio and Mishy. This is the test. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, how do I look? Adorable, actually. Yeah, it really screams you. In what way? It's a full bodysuit, Noelle. So you're comfortable in there. Looks like it could get pretty toasty. I'm sure it will. It's not the most breathable outfit I've ever worn, to say the least. Luckily, the height is right and it feels a little bit loose, though. It's still a little weird to move in. Don't sweat the small stuff. You're gonna be doing enough sweating in that costume as is. But man, is it gonna be worth it? Mishy fangirls fawning all over you, rather? Putting your arms up around them with no hang-ups? I'd have plenty of hang-ups with that, for your information. Though speaking of fangirls, what did Teal run off to? Now that you mention it, I saw her catching the staff members' attention rather, before walking away with them. Ta-da. Lamau! Of course. That's a little sis. What the? Is that you, Teal? Teal's like, finally, I have become the one. My name is Mishat. Do not tell me my older brothers, do not tell me my own older brothers forgotten my face. You've gotta be kidding me. Oh my goodness, Teal, you look so cute. Is this character the one who likes to play hide and seek? Yes, I am Mishy's little sister. Mishat, we've met. You bet. She's a selfless girl who always is on the lookout for her clumsy older brother with judgmental eyes. Don't tell me she's going into her Mishat phase. Judgmental? Right, yeah. We met her last time we came to the theme park. In fact, we did. The two of us, actually. She came up to me asking if she could help by playing the part of Mishat. Technically, the regular Mishat staff shift doesn't start until later, so I thought, yeah, what the hey. So that's where she went. Wait, by help out do you mean? Yes, my intention is to supervise Lloyd's Mishy routine. Rest assured, his shins will rue every blunder he makes. The brutal barbs of tough love. What an adorable little sister you have, Mishy. I just wish my shins got a say in it. Wait, shouldn't you be the one giving me acting directions? Sorry, but we don't have a chance, rather. It's almost time for Mishy to start touring his way around the park. Listen, just ask yourself, what would Mishy do and go from there? I'm sure it'll work out, probably. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Remember that at the end of your morning tour, you're scheduled to do a Mishy dance at the main plaza. Not the Mishy dance. How do I do that? That one I did prepare a manual for. Skim it and remember what you can. Lloyd and the group read the manual. Dance with passion and pizzas. Or pizzazz for the less cultured folks. Don't forget to close the show on Michi's signature catchphrase. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishy. Or is it just a wishy with Mishy? This thing's name has been Mishy the entire time, and I've been saying Mishy. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishy. Dance with what and what again? Passion and pizzazz. The double P's. Passion and pizzazz. Well, that's helpful. The catchphrase I get, but this passion and pizzazz part is a little vague. To tell you the truth, we generally leave Mishy's characterization with the patrons up to the actor. For the entire history of the park, we've never even needed a written manual until today, that is. Wow, that's hilarious. So if you make a mistake, you make a mistake. Don't let it get you down too much. On the contrary, as the one supervising, I will not tolerate even a single error. I'm getting conflicting signals here! Whoops, it's showtime. Let's wrap things up in here so you can get out there. Alright, the rest of us, this is hilarious, by the way. The bracers. Let's investigate this age-old grass that's causing cryptids to appear in Crossbow. Lloyd? It's time to make a wishy with Mishy, baby! Oh, man. Break a leg, you two. The time has come to prove yourself, Lloyd. Yep, no pressure. I don't know how I'm gonna pull this one off, but I guess I'll just have to channel my inner Mishy. There's also that catchphrase, let's dance and make a wishy with Mishy. Star. I better not forget it. Alright, go out there and make those kids' wishes come true. Counting on you, Mishy. You too, Mishat. Mishy. Mishy. Well, here goes nothing. I hope this all works out. Look sharp, here comes our first patron. Whoa, it's a Mishy! Mom, Dad, look, he's really here! Well, so he is, how about that? Hey, settle down, sweetie. You wouldn't want to tire yourself out before we get to the attractions. Yay, Mishy, 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 Mishy! Let me think, how would Mishy normally respond in a situation like this? Have a magical time! I will, thanks, Mishy. Don't forget to buy a ticket, it's hilarious. Come on, Mom, Dad, come on, let's go hurry up and go in. Oh, alright. Now, no need to rush, we have an entire day of fun ahead of us. Praise me, I did fantastic. Very much so, Lloyd. Your me-hee-hee was particularly inspired. Thanks. Though I can't say it, it's too easy to say without getting embarrassed. Me-hee-hee. You get used to it. Wow, Tio, you're a pro already. That was surprisingly cute coming from her. Keep up the good work. Oh, hey, Noel. Hey, Wazzy. Well, if it isn't the special support section's dynamic sibling duo, that's what I'm talking about. That's little sis right there. Thank goodness you're here, Lloyd. I have an urgent progress report to make. Every time I take my eyes off of Wazzy, he runs off to get on the rides. Oh, don't be such a cop. It's not like I'm going to burn down the park. We're still making our rounds, aren't we? What's the harm in having a little bit of fun along the way? Wazzy, we are the cops. Not to mention on duty. Speaking of duty, you have a pair of children approaching on your 9. It's Mishy! Oh look, Mishat's here too! My hide and seek skills need refining. Super! Oh my gosh, he's going for the super kick! Sweet chin music to Mishy! Oh, no, okay, they're tiny. It's more like sweet shin music. Wait, no! Hold on a second, you can't just assault Mishy. Why would you even do that? Kick the Mishy, dude. What? Did nobody ever tell you? Kicking Mishy brings you good luck. Everyone knows that. It's stored in his butt. You just gotta boot it all out. God, what genius thought of this anyway? Hey, do you think it works with the Mishat too? I need to do something. How would Mishy deal with this? I don't think he'd scold them. I guess he'll tickle them. Mishy has a way of defending himself from kicks. It's this. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Wow, it's Mishy's famous Mishy. Get you away, Mishy, get you goo. Boom, chicka, bow, wow. That's what my baby says. Mow, mow, mow. And my heart starts pumping. And Mishy, get you goo. Wow. Never gonna stop. Mishy, get you goo means that it doesn't mean that I love you in this one. He's just attacking. Run away. That brought me back, dude. I didn't know I knew any of the words to that song. Very good. That'll show him. I didn't realize playing Kick the Mascot was going to be a part of the job, too. Well, you should have. That's one of the park's recent fads. Well, them's the breaks. For the record, I did try to help. Did I handle that okay, though? I was just making it up as I went along. It was fine. You did far more preferable rather than losing your temper with them. Mishy is a kind and gentle being. Driving children away by force would have been unacceptable. Your judgment served you well, Lloyd. Thanks, I try. I'm just glad they didn't end up kicking Tio too. Thanks to Lloyd's dashing rescue, of course. Perhaps we should add Sister Complex to his rapidly expanding list of proclivities. No, 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 no. Mishy and Mishat are the siblings here, not us. Incidentally, my research indicated that Mishy's posterior is resistant to strikes and impacts. It hurts less than you expect, no? Yeah, you're right. They must have put extra padding in the costume. No wonder it's so thick down there. Look at the time. We should make our way to the next area, Lloyd. Remember to keep in mind how tight our morning schedule is. Right. I won't. See you guys later. Knock 'em dead, Lloyd. You too, T.O. Alright, back to sneaking on rides for me. Lloyd. Noelle doesn't stop him. Oh, hey guys. It's me, Mishy. Nice hustle out there, superstar. You two look like you've had a hard day of work. How'd you say it's been so far? Pretty okay, actually. It's a little harder than I expected. The costume gets pretty toasty like you wouldn't believe. Need I remind you, Lloyd, that this is not a pleasant stroll we're taking around the park right now. You have to act as friendly as possible while simultaneously making the park guests feel lucky to have, just to have seen you. Right, I'll try my best. There's no room for error with Teal once Mishy comes into the picture, is there? Do what you can to keep up, Lloyd, or else Teal Tot is gonna have you strung up, to dry in front of the horror coaster. Oh look, it's Mishy! What's up, you two? Hey, you're right. Lucky us running into him 2 steps off of the Ferris wheel. He's just so cute. We have to get a photo with him. Sure thing, let's do it. Excuse me, do you think you could take a photo for us? I'd love to. Ellie's living it up right now. A picture? Okay, stay calm. What would Mishy do in a situation like this? I don't know. I would assume between them, right? If I were Randy, I'd be standing here. And my thing, I think it would be like, Mishy would never get between a man and his woman. Or a woman and her man. Or a man and his man, or a woman and her woman. But he's going to, stand in between them. This is going to go down as the day we finally meet Mishy. Okay, smile for the camera. Everyone all ready? Say cheese. Thanks for all the help. Yeah, what she said. You're welcome, here you are. Did I do okay? That was perfect, Lloyd. As a living symbol of the theme park, Mishy is, in and as himself, a walking attraction. Knowing that, the impartial choice of action in cases like these is to stand directly between the two guests. Okay, makes sense. It makes me proud to see you adapting so quickly to the ways of the Michelamite. I'm honored, I think. As long as you have Teal with you, I think you'll be fine. Good luck, you two. We'll be keeping an eye out. Alright, you two, you have fun on your date. We'll have fun on ours. No, we will not. At least let me buy you a Bell Cola before you shut me down. Okay, Randy, we'll talk later. Is what Lloyd is thinking. Let's try not to let anyone, let's try and let them, rather, anyone else down. Yes, off to the next location. Sorry for the delay. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Mishy and Mishat are gonna do the Mishy dance. Yeah, Mishy! They're so cute! Here we go, the dance routine. Oh, I'm starting to tense up. It should be fine. The Mishy dance is usually improvised anyway. There are some guidelines, but I'm sure you will manage if you use common sense. Guidelines, huh? That's right, they gave us a manual about the job before. If I recall what it said. Okay, everyone, all together now. Mishy, Mishat, bring it home. Here we go. Are you ready, T.O.? Remember, dance with passion and pizzas. Roger. Hey, 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 look at him go. Okay, okay, the twirls, the twirls. Okay. The back steps, okay, pirouettes, they're doing some ballet out here. Now for Mishy's catchphrase. Let's dance and make a wishy with a Mishy. Let's dance and make a wishy with a Mishy. Woo! Let's dance and make a wishy with a Mishy. Yeah! I knew you could do it, Lloyd. You have attained total. Misalignment. Lloyd and T.O.'s passionate dance brought the show to a successful close. Having fulfilled his role to perfection, Lloyd held his head high, knowing he was able to make the park visitors' wishes come true. Once things finally winded down, the two substitute mascots made their way to the rest area. Whew. I think we managed to pull that one off. Well done. Dancing in a mascot costume was more daunting than I had imagined. You can say that again. I'm burning up in here. How does that guy who usually does this every day, he must be made of some real stern stuff. I would imagine so. Hey, Mishy, Mishat. Oh, it's you, Mr. Hanks. Great job out there, kids. You did great. Mishat's been, really all anyone's been able to talk about today. The guests, the park guests couldn't get enough of her. Of me? Really? Yep, they said the whole cool and aloof shtick Mishat would lapse into around Mishy drove them all wild. Maybe this is a sign that we should sit down and rethink Mishat's entire character. Huh, fancy that. I am happy to be of service. Incidentally, have you heard back from the usual actor? Oh, I almost forgot. Yeah, he came in just a little while ago. He said that he wanted to meet you. You should find him waiting in the locker room when you get back. And thanks for all your help. It's not too much, but I hope you'll accept this. Okay, well, that's all of you. Happy to help, Mr. Hanks. You ready to head back to Yo? Yes, let us. Mishat mode, disengage. I am drenched in sweat. Yeah, I think that was the most effort you've ever given on a support request, right, dude? You did good work out there, T.O. Perhaps, but your Mishy mimicry was most exceptionally superb, Lloyd. It was an honor and a privilege to share the Mishy dance with you. Ah, come on, you're gonna make me blush. Anyway, I think it's time we rejoin the others. For a second there, I thought that mascot had blinked and I was about to run. I was like, you guys gotta get out of there. I think it's haunted. Is the usual Mishy actor still not here yet? Not that I've seen. He appears to be running low. Gahaha, sorry to keep... Gahaha, sorry to keep you kids waiting. Keep your kids waiting. Who was this? Belcher. Gahaha, excuse me for that. Better out than in the... Turns out the pills I've been taking don't work unless I have them after a meal. Skipped breakfast too, so I wound up wolfing down lunch like you wouldn't believe. Anyway, how's my costume in that locker? What's with the look? You ain't never seen a professional mascot before? Come to think of it, I feel like I recognize your faces from somewhere or another. Well, whatever. I owe you kids big time. Can't have Michelin Wonderland with no Mishy after all. Nice work filling in for me, boyo. Gar. Whoops, would you look at the time? Gotta get changed and prep for the afternoon shift. Transformation complete! Thanks again, mister. You too, little missy. You really saved my fur. You can just leave the rest to me and me. So it's this big, tough, massive dude. See you later. Me. What a pro. His voice sounded like it shifted 3 whole octaves. That's what I was imagining, actually. That guy's the real Mishy, no doubt about it, but without a costume. He's not even from the same universe. Well, that was something. I feel like we've just uncovered one of Crossbow's dirtiest secrets. Anyway, let's go meet up with the others, shall we? Tio, are you okay? Is your world rocked? She gonna be okay? Does she still have the same love for Mishy? Of course she's in the back, slowly walking out. Yo, Lloyd, something happened to Teotot? She's been like that ever since we got back on the cruise ship. You're right, it's like she's staring off into space, eyes empty. I believe that's what we call the look of desolation. Let's just say she's been through a lot today. Tio, are you sick? Should we take you to a doctor? No, I will survive. I was a bit bewildered, but I believe I managed to come to terms with this. This is merely a single rung on the ladder to adulthood. Oh! Everyone else question mark. Leloid's like, oh. Oh, Tio, dude. Oh, poor girl. Okay. Well, that one's done. So now we actually just need to do this one, which is Crossbell Airport. Who am I speaking to? Aaron. Very cool. Leloid got to be Mishy. I was not expecting that. Very cool. Poor Tio. Is her is the Church of Mishy gonna be okay? Actually, I don't know. Here, this is a Crossbell Station, Crossbell Airport. That's right. Hello, you must be Aaron. We'll also save. Huh? I think I just saved a second ago, but whatever. Excuse me, are you with the Copperwood delivery service? Yeah, I am. Who are you guys? We are with the SSS, and we are Crossbell's best. Well, and we're here for your request. It's true. We came to speak with you about the SSS support request that she submitted. Oh, so it's you. Thanks a bunch. I'm in a real bind here. The job's gonna take a while to complete, though. Are you ready to start now? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you can count on us. The request is about some misdelivered packages, right? Yep, and oh boy, were they misdelivered. See, our company delivers parcels to places all over the continent, but unfortunately we made an error while we were here in Crossbell. Several packages were listed incorrectly by our staff and sent to the wrong locations. That does sound like a problem. How does a mistake happen to packages, multiple packages rather, at once? Well, our president's a little bit of a scatterbrain, to put it nicely. Don't do that to her. This isn't the first time something like this has happened either. One time, he even mixed up a shipping... Oh, the president is the... Oh. Yeah, you're right. He even mixed up a shipping label, rather, with a letter from a friend. We were there for that. I think that happened in I think that happened in Josette's door in the third, actually. Wow, that doesn't sound like your president's the most meticulous person out there. I won't deny it, but he's a good man. And when we had nowhere else to go, he took us in with open arms. Sorry, I got a bit off topic there. Long story short, I need help straighten out all the packages that ended up at the wrong addresses, rather. We have a local shipping company handle the cargo once it gets to Crossbell State, so I have no idea where I was going. Sounds simple enough. Do you have an idea on where the errant deliveries are? According to what we have here, a parcel intended for St. Ursula ended up at Mines. What St. Ursula received was originally bound for a private home in the residential district. And I'd like for you to get each of those packages and reclaim the misdelivered packages and get them delivered to their rightful recipients. Oh, and you're gonna need these. Fragile package, shipping label. I take it this is the package that was supposed to go to Der Zegel. And the shipping label that was supposed to be attached to the one that was delivered to St. Ursula. That's right. So first off, deliver this little parcel to Der Zegel. Then the package there should go to St. Ursula, which means you'll have to swap that with, you know, the more I try and sort this out in my head, the more confusing it gets. Basically, we just need to exchange and redeliver the packages in order. Yep, that'll do. Sorry, I know this is a mess, but I'm counting on your help. Don't worry, I think we can handle it. So we start by going off to Der Zegel and Mines. It's gonna be a real pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay, well this is fine. So we go to Mines. Then we go to St. Ursula. This is fine. And then we go to a home in the residential district. Find the car. Head to Mines. Oh, that's some good tea, dude. Hey, man, it is a good time for tea. Hey, there's Eagle. Give me your package. Hey, if isn't the kids from the police, we are the kids from the police. That's so crazy to say. You all looking to book a room with us? Not quite. We came to ask about a case we're on. Have you seen received any strange packages recently by any chance? Strange packages? Oh, as a matter of fact, the most peculiar package came in earlier. Why would anyone thought to send it to us? I can't even begin to guess. Do you happen to know something about it? Jackpot. Well, actually, the kapoo is still kapooing. Oh, so that's what happened. So the package was supposed to go to St. Ursula then. No wonder it's chock full of scalpels and such. I can only imagine how disconcerting it was when they suddenly arrived. You don't know the half of it. Luca got so spooked she was hell-bent on throwing him out with the trash tomorrow. Good thing we made it in time. Here, let me give you the package you were supposed to receive. Thank you very much. Now let's have a look-see. Yep, these are the Liberlian drinking glasses I ordered a while back. I'm positive that this package is ours. Glad to be of service. Now then, could we please have the package that was misdelivered to you? Of course, just give me a moment. Here you are. I trust that you'll get this back to the hospital where it should be. Yep, oh, it's heavy. Thanks, we will. Alright, next, St. Ursula Hospital. We should inquire at the reception desk. Thank goodness my Liberlian drinking glasses ended up making it here. Believe me, I was downright shocked when I opened the package of scalpels, right? Imagine. Imagine you're like, oh, I can't wait to get my glasses out of... Oh, a bunch of scalpels is crazy, dude. Thanks for your help sorting things out. I know it couldn't have been easy. I was wondering what the fuss was about yesterday. I mean, I did what Gantz asked and went up to Marlowe and said, can you just cheer up already? It is what it is. Get back to cleaning. Wow. Well, you have to be more sensitive, girly. You gotta be a little more sensitive, huh? Alright, and then to St. Ursula. And then we're gonna come back to a residential district place. What is this? Is this Le Letcher Inn? Oh, Le Lettier. Different, okay. So what we need to do here is... Hello, receptionist. Welcome back to St. Ursula Hospital's SSS. What can we do for you today? About that, Sarah, there's something we need to ask you. It concerns one of our requests. You got a bad package? Oh, so that's what that package was. Our nurse admin Martha was racking her brain over it. She thought maybe a nurse made a mistake with the purchase order. A mistake, you say? Yeah, it happens. One of our, clumsier nurses has done something to that effect in the past. Multiple times, in fact. It's about out of tea. Did she now? So does that mean the package is currently in the nurse's station? Yeah, it should be. Feel free to go to the second floor and have a look for yourself. Well, here's to hoping. Really makes your heart go out to the poor nurse who was falsely accused. Yeah, just a little. I know her well now. Let's head upstairs. I was about to go up there immediately. Hey, Martha. Honestly, Saron, you should know better than this by now. Why is it you can't even place a simple order without making mistakes? No, there's gotta be some other explanation. Just ask Mifa. She even watched me put in the order together. Sure, it took me 20 tries before I got the numbers right, but we did eventually. The things Mifa has to put up with. You're lucky she's so fond of you. Maybe I ship them too. I don't for Mifa's, like, sanity, actually, but whatever. Pardon us, did something happen here? Oh, hello, SSS. Saron was tasked with placing an order for medical supplies, but we've run into a problem of sorts. The package that arrived didn't have any medical supplies. Instead, it had some sort of worn-out doll inside. Oh. Goddess knows why. Mind you, this isn't Saron's first offense. Earlier in the day, she botched an order of bed sheets, too. Early in the year, I was gonna say she did it again? Come on, why won't you believe me? I'm telling you, I got it right. Lloyd, are you thinking the same thing I am? Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. What are you two referring to? Well, we might know a thing or two about what happened here. It wasn't her fault this time. A missed delivery. So the package received was never meant for us to begin with. That's right, we're currently in the middle of sorting it all out. Will this happen to be the package you were expecting? Huh, it appears so. There are medical tools I placed for an order for, rather. Well, thanks for coming all this way to deliver them, SSS. I suppose I owe you an apology, Saron. I hope you can forgive me. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions like that. It's all water under the bridge, as long as you're not still mad at me. Oh, I almost forgot. They should have put it in here somewhere. Saron dug it around inside of the package to look for something. Oh my gosh. There it is, my new Kagamaru strap. Since we were already placing an order, I figured I might as well add this to the package too. Isn't he just adorable? Saron, perhaps we're gonna have a yeah, I knew something stupid was gonna happen. Gosh, Saron. Perhaps we're gonna have another talk after all. Sorry to interrupt, but if you wouldn't mind, could we take the package that you received by mistake? We'll make sure it gets to the right person. Why, of course, just give me a moment. There it is. Now, be careful with it. Small trunk. Okay, we'll take care of it from here. Alright, let's see. The shipping label Aaron gave us. The package is meant for a private address in the residential district. Now, all we have to do is deliver it, but the request will be complete. The residential district, it must be one of the homes near Speaker McDowell's house. Do you recognize the address, Ellie? Let me take a closer look. I think I do, but this address, if I'm not mistaken, is the empty house to the right of Representative Campbell's. Isn't that the house that people kept saying was haunted 10 years back? Yes, that's the one. What the hell is going on? Is it possible someone moved recently? I couldn't say for sure. Well, we gotta go find out ourselves. Let's deliver this package. Crazy. Thank you for going out of your way. I'd love to catch up, but Saron and I need to have a little chat. Another time, perhaps. Hehe, look at this Kagemaru strap I ordered. Best purchase of my life. A fellow Kagemaru enthusiast. Your taste is impeccable. I see, you get it. Isn't he just so cute? Hey, Saron, haven't you heard a single word that I said? We need to get out of here. Lamau. Who else do I need to talk to? After this, or was it... I think it was... Well, let me just check Mifa first. It might be after we've done the whole quest. Heyo. Yep. Okay, great. So YouTube Studios close this entire thing. So... I have to go back here. Talk to Saron and the nurses after. No, Saron. Also, I've talked to whoever I needed to talk to. Okay, great. We are done here. So we just need to go to the residential district. Yeah, when it said old doll and trunk, I assumed it was for homegirl. You know, Imelda. Does she just have another property over here? To the right of this house? This house? This is definitely the address. You're right, but... the place doesn't feel lived in, you know what I mean? Did someone mess up? Maybe the sender wrote down the wrong address, it's possible. Even if they did, the delivery slip doesn't actually list a recipient, only a, only a destination. Either way, we aren't gonna find out unless we ask. Huh? What's wrong, Tio? Ah, nothing. Hold on, look. It's open? It's been open this entire time? It was a little ajar, so I thought it might be. Well, we might as well show ourselves in and see if anyone else, someone really did order this. Yeah, I guess so. Oh. Is Tio like sensing a life sign signal or something? No idea. I guess we'll walk in. A car book. Excuse us, is anyone home? What'd I tell you? No one lives here. Yeah, but this is definitely the address listed on the delivery slip. The front entrance wasn't locked either. Who are you? Huh? A girl? Oh, excuse us, little girl. Are you the only one home? We're here to deliver a package and... Oh, you mean she's finally here? Don't just stand there. Come in. Was that kid a doll? That kid was just so excited. She didn't even let you finish. Looks like we finally found our recipient. Clearly, she's expecting delivery after all. That's odd, though. If there really was a little girl living in here, I'm sure I would have heard of it. Don't know what to tell you. You met the squirt 10 seconds ago, same as the rest of us. Just what the hell is going on here? Wish I had a good answer for that. But now, let's follow her in and see where that leads us. Maybe she can give us a better idea of what the story is with this place. Okay, well, here's the package you ordered, I think. Handed the small trunk over to the little girl.
Yay, she's finally home. Upsy daisy.
Wait a minute, it's another her. Except she has like a red dot on her chest and the other one has a blue one. Or a cyan one, rather. You think it's one of those famous antiques? You know, the one from Rosenberg Studio? I don't think so. It doesn't look very expensive to me. So this doll, did it used to be one of yours, maybe?
She's not an it. She's my beloved little sister, hee hee hee. Isn't she just adorable?
Is she now? Well, thank goodness we were able to reunite the two of you then.
Thank you, everyone. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to be taking her back to our bedroom.
Is she a doll, or is she just a haunted, or is she a ghost? Am I the only one who feels completely lost about this? It doesn't seem like anyone else is home either, no parents or anything. Tio's like, I sense no signs of life in this place. What's wrong, Tio?
Nothing, it was only my imagination, I think.
Hey, who's in here? Someone's at the front door? Another guest, perhaps? Her parents don't seem to be home, so maybe we should answer for her. Good call.
Imelda? Well, if it isn't the SSS, then what are you doing in a place like this?
We came on police business. What brings you all the way out here from your antique shop?
Police business? What the devil for? This house has been completely abandoned for over a decade. As for what I'm doing here, I've been using this building as a warehouse for my merchandise for some time now.
What's the matter? You look as if you've just seen a ghost. Well, alright, what's the big idea here? Even if Imelda's telling the truth about using this space for storage, how do you explain the creepy little girl we just handed that doll to?
Good question.
We could always ask her ourselves. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this.
Right, there has to be.
I'm pretty sure she went into the back door past the living room.
What? Are your ears screwed on right? I just told you no one lives here.
Tio, you're not helping.
What the?
Where'd that little girl go? You think she's hiding somewhere in here? Lloyd, look at those. What? Dolls, I recognize the one we just delivered, but the other one, it looks like the girl we just spoke to.
I think a lot of you owe me an explanation, wouldn't you say? Now spill it. Or would you rather arrest yourselves for trespassing?
I don't think that's how it works, but I'll try to explain. So we came to deliver a package, and then that little girl was a spitting image of one of the dolls.
I see. Turns out what he said had a grain of truth in it after all.
What are you talking about?
I purchased one of those two dolls a while back while traveling many years back. They said they had been crafted to resemble the daughters of a noble family from long ago. They were a set of twins, so two dolls were made. Unfortunately, I was only able to get my hands on one of them. There's nothing wrong with that doll, per se, but strangely, I could never convince anyone to even consider buying it.
What does that last part have to do with anything?
For a detective, you're astonishingly dim. The point is, you were made to deliver a second doll, whereupon you came across a mysterious girl who resembles the first. What I'm saying is that perhaps that doll came to life and summoned her twin to her, no?
That's ridiculous.
A certain man has always insisted to me that every doll has its own destiny. Perhaps that old fogey was onto something this whole time.
Every doll has its own destiny. I'm getting back into doll theory, you guys. I'm getting back into doll theory. I do remember Meister George saying something along those lines. Are you telling us that the girl we spoke to was just the ghost of this doll? I refuse to believe it. The veracity of that claim aside, there is a substantial concentration of spiritual energy in this building. I can sense the higher presence of the three elements too, the way that I could at Moon Tower and Stargazer's Tower. In other words, what we witnessed may have been a spiritual phenomenon of sorts. A spiritual phenomenon? That would explain the hair standing up on the back of my neck. Man, this would have been a hell of a lot easier if we were all just hallucinating. But if Teotat says something stupid, then I'm not gonna tell her otherwise. You're kidding, right? I don't want to believe any of this.
Yeah. My, but it's fun to watch you all shiver and tremble yourselves silly. At the end of the day, whether or not you put any stock into the blatherings of that reclusive old doll fanatic is up to you. But one thing is for certain, and that is, now that those sisters are reunited, they can finally find a proper home, which I mean a prospective buyer. And that's good news for my bottom line. It's always about the money, huh, old bag? Anyway, that wraps this up, I think. Let's go back and report the Kapua to that Kapua delivery service employee. Right, the sooner we leave this house of horrors, the better. But I need to go back there for the car book. Hey, looks like you managed to get all the packages where they needed to go. You guys are lifesavers. Thanks, SSS. Yeah, no problem. So, not that it's any of my business, but is she okay? Her face is kind of pale. It couldn't have been. We didn't talk to her. Did we? I guess you could say she's a little haunted by the experience. I don't blame her. Give her some time and she'll be fine. Don't worry about it too much. If you say so. Anyway, I best be going now. If you ever need help in Crossbow again, if I ever need help in Crossbow again, rather, I'll let you know. Call us anytime. We're the SSS. We'll be happy to assist. Alright, Ellie, let's go back to this haunted house. And it looks like we just have... where's the other one? Oh, it's further down. Oh my gosh, wait. Lamau. We still have this to do. I'll do that. Not next episode. When I start recording again, I'll probably jump to this one. I wanted to save this one for last specifically. Cool. Okay. Then I will probably end this recording session in that house. Not this house. Give me this. Deep paintwork? We're never gonna use that. Never ever. We got the Mishy mobile for life. And... after completing... oh, okay. So we can't buy stuff from Imelda until the next day. Also, we can get an optional conversation with Imelda here somewhere. Wherever she is. Hey, girly. Thanks for your efforts, SSS. I should be able to find a new home for these dolls now that you've been reunited to make them a marketable set. Not to be rude, Imelda, but aren't you the slightest bit afraid of them? Selling a pair of haunted dolls is the sort of thing, well, can curse a person. Well, how would I ever stay in this business if I was afraid of a few measly ghosts? Besides, my dear girl, do you truly think that these are the only potential haunted items I'm keeping here? Perhaps I could interest you in a ring said to bring misfortune to its owners, one after another. I think we'll pass. Perhaps the bizarre collection of items she stores in this... here is the reason this place is so saturated with spiritual energy. She's just collecting a bunch of haunted items and storing them in this place. So, in other words, it's the old bag's fault, rather. It makes sense to me. Yep. Okay, great. Well, I guess I can't pick up anything else from here. I would love to take some haunted items. Can I look at the dolls? Nope. I was hoping I could talk to them like, thank you. She's not in it. Alright, so nothing's there. Okay, I guess we're leaving this place. This was one of the locations that I was like, oh, this is a place we've never been into. So now we are here. Okay, because we've been into every other place in the residential district. Okay. The next recording session, which will be in a couple of seconds for you guys, but probably a day or two for me. We're getting into this bad boy. Or maybe I will do the monster request in between this session and the next one, and then we will do this one. I'm not sure. We're gonna do it regardless, so I'll be right back. For you, it'll be some time for me. It's a new day. Yes, it is. But it's us continuing from right here. I think I said in between episodes I might do those, exterminations. I didn't. Let me see it's a medium.
So I can do it at the start of next time, actually. Yeah, based on the length of those. Yeah, then we'll do this now and we'll do the other thing. Even though I like to just get them out of the way immediately, but it's fine. Harold. Excuse us, you put in a report for the SSS? We'll figure, we'll handle your request. Because we're Crossbell's best, it's true. Hello there, SSS. I can't tell you how glad I am that you're here to help with this again. Yes, thank you very much for coming. Can you tell us what's happened since yesterday, Chief Tolta? I understand there was a new development in the case? Yes, that's correct. I fear the situation is more dire than we originally thought. I'd like to discuss it in depth with you all right away. Would that be alright? Yeah, maybe later, Dork. No, I'm kidding. Of course, Chief Tolta. Right now is fine. Please fill us in on the details. You mentioned that the situation has changed since yesterday? That it has. Yesterday evening, I went into Astrian in an attempt to persuade Derek. I told him the Myth character was far too suspicious and that he has to break ties with him. You didn't beat around the bush then, huh? He didn't at all. I don't think that was the right way to handle that, to be honest. Not for a second, but in the end, Derek still refused to listen. However, I did learn something new. And so I hurried here to discuss the matter with Mr. Hayworth. Something new. Has Minna taken some form of action? What Chief Tolta told me caught me off guard, if I may be frank. Minna's grip on the village is far tighter than we had given it credit for. Oh. Would you mind elaborating? From what we learned yesterday, several villagers rather already trust him. Has it gone farther than that? Well, you see, Minith has not only secured the private property on Old Amorica Road, he's already secured it, but also the deeds to numerous plots and fields in the village itself. Oh. That's bad. He what? As shocking as it is, one question comes to mind. How is he able to pull off something that big? Good question. From what we know, Minith pitched a plan to increase Amorica's lotus production, as he puts it. By slowly accumulating deeds to the villagers' farmlands, he could expand the lotus fields and streamline their harvest. Moreover, management of the plots themselves would be contracted to the Quincy Company to reduce the required labor. That does line up with what we heard yesterday. At first blush, it does sound like a pretty good deal for the villagers. Yeah, too good to be true. As long as those deeds are in Minith's hands, he can abuse the land in any way that he wants. There's no coming back from that. Indeed, that man cannot be trusted by any means. Had he solely focused on that private property of ours, even the worst case scenario wouldn't be too terrible. But now that he's using plots of land within the village, this could be catastrophic. You guys might be shit out of luck when it comes to breaking that contract, though. That's where you come in. If you can expose him, perhaps the contract could be voided. I know there's nothing criminal happening on the surface, but even still, can we ask you to look into this? Well, the SSS has never actually been all that beholden to CPD protocol, if that ain't the truth. They were like, this doesn't rub me the right way. I know this isn't how the CPD does it, but I don't think you can spell you can spell CPD without SSS entirely. Our job is to support the citizens when they request it. You've given us enough reason to find Minith suspicious, so we'll gladly help. Thank you, Detective Bannings. All of you have been our village's guardian angels. Well, You're dang right we are. Where should we begin the investigation? I'm at a bit of a loss on that myself. Me too. It's not as if we have any smoking guns to look into. True. In that case, why not ask Ian for assistance? Do you mean Mr. Grimwood? Oh! Yes, granted, we're only working off of our suspicions at the moment. But if you explain the situation to Ian, he might be able to find a trace of something illicit in Minith's actions. That sounds like a good idea. Even a shred of evidence against Minith would be a good starting point for an investigation. I should warn you though, Ian's been incredibly busy ever since the mayor advocated for our independence. There's no guarantee he'll have the time to see you. Only one way to find out, off to the Grimwood Law Office. Maybe we'll catch him, maybe we won't. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, let's go pay him a visit. We'll leave it to you then. I'll ask my business associates if they've heard any rumors about Minith or the Quincy Company. We would appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. You're the only ones I can count on. I'm so powerless in all of this. It's just pathetic of me. Don't worry, Chief Tolto. We're here. We'll handle it from here, rather. You just sit tight and relax. And maybe pray to the goddess for good luck while you're at it. Very well. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be there for you.
when the rain starts to fall. This whole incident has Chief Tota worried sick, but I suppose that's only natural. This involves not only his village, but his son as well. Still, it's too much stress rather can ruin your health, so I'll do what I can to keep him calm. Hey, Sophia, I'm not upset. I apologize that I've ever doubted you. You are a great human being who has had a rough go of things and is now living a pretty decent life. I'm Derek's father and the village chief Yada, and I'm just so powerless in all of this. It's just pathetic of me. I beg of you, expose Minith for the monster he is. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Hey, Colin, what are you doing up here? Oh, we have honey. Yum, it's so yum, sweet and yummy. Papa must have brought honey home from work yesterday. Maybe because he knows how much I love it.
Yeah, you doll. He's not. Well, you know, when I saw those, we saw a doll walking in it. Yeah, it looked like a real thing. So you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? All right. I don't think there's anything else specifically that I need to do in this one besides talk to the dude at the car after we've done this quest. I did not reopen this, so let me reopen it real quick. Boom, boom. Yeah, talk to Elkin by the truck after completing it. That's the only thing that we have to do that is outside of the norms of this chapter, so let's get to it. Oh, look who's finally taking a break, huh? I was hoping I'd get to walk up into his room and then I would no longer suspect him, you know what I mean? Oh, Mr. Grimwood! We were afraid you might have been out of your office. Ah, yes, I was just in the middle of a much-needed break. But it would seem you're in desperate need of my counsel.
Is it really that obvious?
Ha! I've seen those looks on your faces coming through my door countless times now. Countless? I feel like we've only really been here like 3 times, but I guess there are times that we are not playing as the cast that they have probably come in here. Please take a seat. I might be busy, but I'm happy to lend you an ear. Our apologies and thank you. The Lloyd and the SSS explained what they learned about Minith and his actions throughout the past 24 hours. They also mentioned that Minith had been collecting deeds and plots of land in Amorica Village. I see. So this is quite a predicament the village has found itself in. A case such as this would typically be a top priority for me, but as you know, I've been busy this past week drafting up a preliminary constitution for the mayor. I apologize, but I won't have the time to handle this case personally, rather. That's unfortunate, but we understand. We suspected that would be the case, rather. Still, even just a consultation would be helpful. Oh, very well. I'll give you any advice I can while you're here. We appreciate it, Grizzly. So, do you have any insight on this? At this point, there's no evidence Minith is engaging in any unlawful activity, at least as far as we can tell. Is there something we're missing? I do have one idea. Damn, already? Possibly. An Erebonian contact of mine once provided me with some reference material for a very similar case. Though I can't say the circumstances are an exact match. Any lead that could help us is one we should investigate. If you think that the other case is worth mentioning, we'd be happy to hear about it. Very well, I can hardly refuse you all. From what I can recall, several years ago, a man visited the estate of an Erebonian baron. He introduced himself as Rittner, an enterprising businessman working for a famous brewing company. Rittner presented the baron with an opportunity to become rich beyond his wildest dreams, and quickly at that. He proposed that the baron's barley fields, which had been passed down the family for generations, be used to establish a brewery. The facilities would be constructed on the barony, and the family would be responsible for managing them. That was the idea anyway. Hold on a second. What you're telling us is awfully reminiscent of what's going down in Amorica. The baron accepted the deal and signed the contract. Then, under the pretense of constructing the brewery, the fields and a portion of the baron's land were temporarily transferred to Rittner. Moreover, the baron converted his assets into capital for the sake of getting the business off the ground. However, Rittner soon disappeared with both the deed and the capital never to be seen again. The hell? The Baron and his family panicked after suddenly losing contact with Rittner. At the time, they had no idea of the gravity of what was about to unfold. So, low-key, and not even low-key, I have heard of legitimately a few stories like this before, but aren't actually stories like of this happening, not to quite this scale, but you know, kind of scam artists like this doing this to people who think that they're starting a business and then they just lose all contact and kind of disappear. This happens. This happens to people, and it sucks and it's sad. So this is I find this fascinating because it's very like applicable to real life. You know what I mean? To their shock and surprise, they learned that Rittner had sold the deeds to a third party. The land was to be repurposed to a villa resort. Today, it stands as a part of a suburb instead. In the end, the Baron's family racked up a substantial debt. Before long, they had lost their entire territory. With that, the family was stripped of their rank and they vanished without a trace. Damn, that's one hell of a story. The man conned them into giving up their properties and sold it right under their noses. Who would even do such a thing? Your investigation immediately reminds me of that case. One person lies to earn the trust of another before running off with a large fortune. It's common strategy for committing fraud. Yeah, I was gonna say, this happens to people. This legitimately happens to people. Fraud? If that's the case, then Mineth may not be a Quincy Company employee at all. He would simply be a con man trying to swindle Amorica for all they're worth. Precisely, I can't say for certain that that's the case, but I'm concerned it might be. What about the truck? That would be kind of crazy. I agree, there are too many parallels between that story and our case. It'd be best if we shifted our focus to investigating this as a potential act of fraud. That changes the kind of leads we should be looking into. Exactly. As Mineth goes, there are two major areas that stand out to me as suspicious. First, that plan of his. We need to find out whether or not he's actually done anything to establish this Amorica Honey Company. We could probably figure that out by following the mirror trail. You'd have to apply for a bank loan to open a business in Crossbell. If it's all a sham, then we'll find the evidence we need at the IBC. The other point of concern is whether Mineth's actually an employee of the Quincy Company. The Quincy Company headquarters aren't in Crossbell though, so that'll be a little tougher to ferret out. Well, world-traveled Ellie might be able to help with that. We should try stopping by my grandfather's home. The McDowell estate, why? There should be a brochure about the Quincy Company there. It outlines how the company operates, and we may be able to find some useful information. What's something like that doing in your Gramps' pad, Mademoiselle? Well, because I happen to enjoy making sweets, alright? I took an interest in the Quincy Company, so I ordered one of their brochures. Last I recall, it was on a shelf in my old bedroom. Then again, I doubt a simple brochure would have all the information we need. I wouldn't be so quick to discount the possibility. It's official Quincy Company material. You might be able to find something that conflicts with what Mineth said. Never hurts to cover all your bases. Agreed. Let's drop by. I hope I'm not supposed to remember everything that Mineth has said, because it has been a day. Let's drive back to the McDowell estate too to see how this pans out. Thanks for all the invaluable advice, Mr. Grimwood. Because of you, we finally have some leads to chase down. Always happy to be of service. So just to confirm, you said that you were using the Hayworth residence as a base of operations, yes? Yeah, we are. Very well then. I'll lend you my help with this case for as long as time permits me. Though unfortunately, I can't make any promises given out my other responsibilities. That's not a problem at all. You've already helped us immensely. It's nice having a professional neighbor we can lean on. I'll try to meet up with you at the Hayworths later. Good luck with your investigation until then. Thanks, Mr. Grimwood. Okay, let's get this investigation underway. To start, we'll need to go to the IBC and look into Mineth's plan regarding the Amorica Company, Honey Company. It'll be a good idea to swing by the McDowell estate for that brochure too. Something might come into contradict Mineth's words. That gives us 2 leads to follow up on. Roger that, we won't rest until we find that evidence. You can count on my help for as long as the case allows me. I'll try to make my way to the Hayworth residence later. Good luck with your investigation until then. Okay.
Mr. Grimwood's been extremely busy drafting preliminary constitution, but with him I'll try and help out. Yeah, fine.
Okay. So let's swing by the Hayworth residence first. I'm gonna assume we can go there first. Ellie's room is here. There we go.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. This is the Quincy Company brochure I mentioned earlier.
Dang, it even has this sucker bound. Oh my gosh, so it's not like a trifold thing. It's like a big brochure.
Can't say they didn't put any effort into the thing. They have ample resources to do so considering the size of the company. Whatever is written inside should be sufficiently credible.
Then it's a good thing we stopped by for it. Alright, let's take a closer look inside. As the leader in confectionery manufacturers, the Quincy Company strives tirelessly towards its next innovation. This brochure aims to briefly introduce the methods and creeds that drive our passion. We believe the key aspect to any confectionery is its taste. Otherwise, how could anyone enjoy it? With this belief as a core tenet, the Quincy Company refuses to compromise on the quality of its products. Our factories are fitted with the latest equipment and operated by the utmost attention to hygiene. Here at the Quincy Company, we are particular not just about the quality of our ingredients, but where they are sourced. Our product development pipeline, too, is run with the strictest of standards. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives, who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to market. Well, this part is what actually is incorrect about what he said. He said he tried the honey one time and he was like, oh yeah, we got this. Only then can they reach the production line. This has been a Quincy Company tradition since its founding, such that we may deliver our valuable customers nothing less than the finest confectioneries to enjoy. It is this commitment to excellence that has made the Quincy Company the exceptional confectioner it is today. I'm not sure we were expecting. This is all just your typical corporate double talk. Did anyone manage to find a contradiction between this and something Mineth had said? Not in particular. Maybe coming here for the brochure was a waste of time after all. Actually, I did notice something.
You did?
Oh, I get it. You activated the old detective mode, and bam, right? Well, don't leave us hanging. What'd you find? Well, if you remember what Mineth told us at the hotel yesterday, the answer is obvious. It was only a passing remark, but it still comes in a major conflict with what's written in the brochure. Enough to prove that he isn't, in fact, an employee of Quincy to begin with. You got that much out of this one little pamphlet? That's right. You see, if Mineth... Sorry to cut you off, but where's the fun in spoiling it all now? What are you talking about? Well, if I'm being honest, it's annoying that you're the only one who figured it out. So why not give the rest of us a chance to and save it for when we interrogate Mineth? That's hilarious. Wazzy, this is an investigation, not some sort of game. Well, actually... I agree with Wazzy, actually. Your hypothesis might not be accurate after all. As a precaution, we shouldn't let ourselves be swayed by such mere hunch. Not to mention, I don't appreciate you stealing the spotlight with your detective mode, as Randy put it. Why do I get the feeling that the second comment was the real reason she didn't want me to share? Fine, if you two insist, instead, I want you all to consider everything we've learned so far. I'll summarize the main points of the brochure in the detective notebook. All that's left is for us to visit the IBC. Let's see what we can find there. Lead the way. Ridiculous. Hold on. Was there something else here? Oh, it was just the same brochure, I suppose. Okay, so we can come and reread it. That's kind of neat. Anything else in here, Ellie, that I can steal? No? Okay, well, we're leaving. Well... Okay, so you're saying the lamb thing again. I just wanted to make sure that, like, you know, we walked in here. Maybe they're like, oh, are you back into your confectionery or sweets making? Nothing new. Okay. Then to the IBC we go. Boom, ba-da-doo-dum, ba-doo-da-doom. This is not the IBC. Kind of feels like, you know what I mean? Before, the IBC was like, oh, we gotta just go to the biggest building in town. Not anymore. You know what I mean? Hey.
Hello, SSS, so what can I do for you today? Well, I'd like to ask for the IBC's cooperation with an investigation we're working on. Would it be possible for you to do an account search for us, Lanfei?
We're open to looking at some suspicious mirror transfers from a certain depositor. You want me to pull up private information on one of our clients then? Doing so is within company policy if it's related to a criminal inquiry. But would you mind telling me the details of the situation first? Not a problem. Fraud. I see. I believe I understand the circumstances now. Would it be sufficiently probable cause for us to conduct a search? Cracking down on these kinds of things is in the bank's best interest too. Fraud would damage your reputation. You are correct, and this is related to a legitimate investigation. I can help, but you'll have to settle for me simply telling you what I can pull up on my terminal screen here. That would be more than enough, if you would please. Very well. First, let me search for an account under the name Minute. Morgan Honey Company, subsidiary of the Quincy Company. Ah, there we are. We do indeed have an account open under that name. Oh, hold on. What happened? What happened? Did you find something incriminating? Well, I don't have the authority to tell you the exact balance on record, but I will say that the American Honey Company has no more than the minimum deposit in its account. What does that mean? Basically, a corporate account requires an initial sum of capital to open. In this case, the base amount is all there is. From what you've told me, that would leave tens of thousands of Mira unaccounted for. Minute has the construction of the factory, management of the fields, and more to cover. It is simply impossible for any minimum deposit to be capable of financing all of it. That much is clear. And despite him holding the titles to the land and the signing several deals, the balance hasn't changed a single time. It's suspicious to say the very least. And by which I mean this account appears to have been made for the sole purpose of gaining Derek's trust. Things clearly weren't adding up, and here rather in more ways than one. Yep, there's just the kind of evidence we needed. We appreciate your cooperation, Lanfei. Not at all, I'm glad I could be of assistance. Should you ever require anything more, don't hesitate to ask. We'll keep that in mind. Okay, we have materials on every aspect, suspicious aspect rather, of Minith and his plan. Let's make our way back to the Hayworth residence. Got it! Feels like they started me running, and I was like, good, great. I mean, I guess we can. I suppose that is faster, but you know, it feels wrong, you know what I mean? It feels incorrect. Everybody, Gray, Grim! What you doing here, boy? I mean, you told us that you would be here, but it is what it is. CSSS, there you all are. Mr. Grimwood, I'm glad you can make it. Hey, did you get yourself, did you just get back yourself, Mr. Hayward? Yes, I just finished asking my business associates about the matter. How did things go on your end? We were able to round up a few leads thanks to Mr. Grimwood. How about you, Mr. Hayworth? I did just the same in a manner of speaking. You see, I'm not quite sure what to make of it all. Well, you went through the trouble of digging up all that info, so you may as well share the rest with the class. Agreed, the information may be beneficial to our investigation. I suppose you're right. I asked my associates if the name Minith rings any bells, having never heard of it myself. What they informed me is that he's been making inquiries into a certain market since arriving in Crossbell. And that market would be land prices in various locations throughout Crossbell. Land prices? He sounds more like a real estate agent at this point. Why would a Quincy Company employee even need that kind of information? The answer to that might just be instrumental in helping us figure out Minith's true objective here. You think so? It is certainly something worth considering. Incidentally, I may have discovered something else of note since we last saw one another. You mean like 5 minutes ago? Huh? That was 5 minutes ago, Grizz! Harold, Chief Tolta, could I ask you to help me find something in my office? In your office, Ian? I don't mind, but is it important? Well, it isn't substantial enough to prove itself in and itself, but we may be able to use it as the final nail in the coffin once you pin Minith down. You've got something up that sleeve of yours, eh, Grizzly Grim? Possibly, but we may not make it in time, so please do not wait for us. You ought to get to Amorica Village as quickly as you can. If Minith is the criminal we think he is, then his plan could very well be in the final stages as we speak. I'm confident, however, that the evidence you have on your hands will be enough for you to solve the case. Best of luck, SSS. You got it. Thanks, Mr. Grimwood. Okay, guys, off to Amorica Village. It's time to reveal Minith's true colors and stop his phony plans or his phony deals dead in their tracks. Right. So I have a problem. And maybe I really don't. I'll return to the village after I help Mr. Grimwood find whatever he's looking for. Until then, I leave my son in your hands and your village, to be honest. Please do what you can to save Derek from himself. The evidence I'm searching for may serve as the final nail in Mineth's coffin once you pin him down. In any case, you should hurry your way towards Amorica village. If Mineth is in your final stages, I'm confident I'll solve the case. I'll drive Ian and Mr. Tolta over to Amorica in my car once we're done. In the meantime, tread carefully, everyone. Don't let that Mineth get the best of you. What do you have to say? This whole incident... Okay, never mind. Well, what about the... Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I think maybe a little bit more than that would have been good for you. Ma'am, are y'all still playing hide and seek? Sure are.
Yes.
Hey, Noel, don't hit him with your car. Okay? Actually, first we'll rest it, because Tio's not at 100% EP. So let's ride over to Amorica. We also, I feel like, want to save. So we'll do so, right here. Because it feels like it's almost deduction time. I heard Derek and Mineth's plan is almost ready to go. We'll just have to see what happens next. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, here it goes. Damn it. Did they close the deal already? Stop right there. You 6 again. The special support section. Derek, Mineth, we have a few things we'd like to ask. What kind of agreements were you hoping to conduct today? Meddling in my affairs on my father's behalf again, are you? Ha. Please, Derek, there's no harm in answering their questions, rather. After all, our plan is already set into motion. And what do you mean by that? Right before you all arrived, Derek and I finished signing the requisite paperwork. In doing so, we have agreed to expand the operations of the Lotus Field lent to me by the villagers. The Quincy Company will then take over the management of the fields. What? You signed away the rights to almost all of the village's agriculture. Is that really what you want, Derek? What are you talking about? Nothing is changing. I'm only transferring the management of the fields to him. Yes, of course. It's quite simple, really. With my company harvesting the honey, we'll be able to streamline the production of candy. A temporary transfer of the land's rights to my company is a necessary first step to facilitate the process. What a crafty bastard. Pardon me. His scheme has reached its final phase, which means, now Derek, I'll be delivering this contract to our main office. We'll be in touch tomorrow. I'll look forward to the good news. Sounds great. I'll be waiting. But Lloyd, we can't let him get away. Before you go, Mineth, we have a few more questions. Oh? And what might they be? Well, for starters, are you aware of the allegations leveled against you? The primary of which, of course, is suspicion of fraud. What? That's absurd. How dare you insult Mineth like that? Now, Derek, please calm yourself. Mineth? The special support section, was it? What could possibly make you suspect me of being a common criminal? Surely you have some manner of proof of your claim. Yeah, we do. Oh, you do. Well then why don't you tell me about it then? But first, let me remind you that I am an imperial citizen. If it turns out your allegations are indeed entirely baseless, I will do what I must to right that indignity, police officers though you may be. That's fine with us. Lloyd! Don't worry, Ellie. Let me handle this. Based on our investigation, there's no doubt in my mind that Mineth is guilty. I'm going to expose him as the fraud he is and show Derek the truth. How very glib. Well, if that's how you want to play this, then go right ahead. I'll answer anything that you would like. Well, your first question. Great. About your actions in Crossbell, there's a contradiction between what you've said and what you've done. Could you please recount your actions for me? A contradiction? Very well. Since arriving in Crossbell, I have been cooperating with Derek to advance our plans. Said plan will result in the formation of the Amorican Honey Company, a subsidiary of the Quincy Company. It will specialize in producing candy made from Amorica's high-quality honey. Combined with my company's acumen, it is a surefire success. The venture has already been approved by the city and is just about prepared to launch. That last part is a lie. Tell me, what is so contradictory about that? Well, Yeah, everything. This plan is more like a charade from where I'm standing. Our investigation has uncovered rather a key discrepancy in what you just said. You see, Minith, that the plan is underway, that the potential profitability, his confectionery acumen, it's really both of these, but this plan is not underway at all. Actually, Mans really came and said, the city's approved my plan and it's underway, but like, they haven't. Like, the only thing that is actually true here is the potential profitability. I don't even think he has a confectionery acumen, but whatever. It's not underway. The records we looked into at the IBC reveal your mistake. You say this plan is prepared to launch, but in reality, it hasn't made any progress at all. Oh, you looked at the bank? The IBC? What are you talking about? Consider this. If the Quincy company truly did intend to go through with this plan in Crossbell, it would need a loan from the IBC to fund the construction and development of the subsidiary. Yes, well, of course. I registered the company with the city and opened a corporate account. But that's as far as you went, isn't it? Oh! The account for Amorican Honey Company contained no more than the minimum balance required to open it. And while we weren't told the exact amount, I would only speculate rather, it's in the tens of thousands of Mira. Which we can get from a few monster fights. Just how are you planning to build a factory and run a business with so little starting capital? You looked into my IBC account? This can't be true, can it, Minith? Please don't misunderstand, Derek. I never said that there was any credence to their claims. I'm merely commenting on the audacity it takes to do something so invasive. Forget that. Explain why there's hardly any Mira in that account. Being an executive of the company, I must be especially judicious when moving money around. As such, I can't take out a loan on behalf of the company. Of course, I would be securing one from the IBC once I've received permission from the main office. Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. A deft evasion. Don't count us out yet. I can tell Minith is getting frustrated. If we continue to press him and pile on the evidence, we can get him to crack. That look on your face tells me you have something more to ask. It just so happens I do, with a smile on his face. How'd you know, Minith? That was far from our only point of connection about you, Minith. You're still not satisfied? Don't let them rattle you, Derek. This will be a good opportunity for me to clear any doubt and all doubt. Next, I'd like to ask about you, Minith. You say that you're an executive of the Quincy company, but is that really true? Wait, what are you implying? Are you trying to say that Minith isn't associated with the Quincy company at all? Yeah, that's what our evidence points to. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, goodness me. I didn't expect you to say something so outlandish. How about I show you my business card and employee ID? Those articles could easily be forged. Regardless, we have evidence that would supersede either of those. We found it in an Quincy company informational brochure. An informational brochure? Oh yeah, the one in Mademoiselle's room. We recorded the main points of the detective's notebook. The brochure comes directly from the Quincy company's main office, so there's no doubt as to its authenticity. What's more is there's a clear discrepancy between its contents and what you told us yesterday. I can still look at what it said. That's ridiculous! Oh, every doll. Okay, that's still every doll has its own destiny. I think I can probably get back to what it said now, but I won't be able to a little bit later. Alright, this is still Minith. The log here is long, admittedly. They got a whole lot of log. Keep on, keep it 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 on, keep. There we go. The brochure. We believe the key aspect of any confectionery is its taste. Otherwise, how could anyone enjoy it? It's the core belief that the Quincy company refuses to compromise the quality. Our factories are fitted, release equipment, and operated to handle with the utmost attention to hygiene. We are not just particular about the quality of ingredients, but where they are sourced to. Our product development pipeline is to run with the strictest things. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to market. Only then can they reach the production line. There's a Quincy company. Yeah, this is this one that is causing the thing. Personally sampled by our executives, and I don't believe he's an executive, but you can't just do it after one meeting, you know what I mean? Oh, what I told you? That's right, something you mentioned made it clear that you aren't the executive you claim to be. What? His creation of a subsidiary? I don't think that's right. His history in sales? Well, hold on a minute. No, he did say that he didn't like sweets, right? He said I don't really like sweets, but I know that this will be delicious. And if, I suppose that makes sense, because if he is a executive, the executives all have to taste it, so why would you be an executive and be like, oh yeah, this is delicious? If you don't like sweets, you wouldn't really approve of anything. You wouldn't really know what to do. You know what I mean? You wouldn't know what is like, oh, that's a really good sweet. So I think it really actually might be this dislike of sweets. Because it's not this one, and I think by what they said, the creation of subsidiary does still match up. I'm surprised it's... I was thinking it was going to be more so along the lines of you did this before having everyone test it out. Allow me to quote a statement you made yesterday. Okay, we're cooking. Despite working for the company, I've never been one for sweets. Yeah, I remember him saying, I've never been one for sweets. And I think he said it more than once, to be honest. Do you deny this fact? Lloyd, how exactly is that relevant? That's right, I don't care for sweets. Ha, what of it? Are you trying to say that someone who dislikes sweet couldn't possibly work for a confectionery company? A confectionery company in general, maybe, but not this one in particular. But what are you on about? Who do you work for? The confectionery police department? This is what's written in the brochure. Shut up, Derek. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to market. Isn't that curious? Oh, it says that? What does that... Wait. It doesn't make sense that somebody like Minith who dislikes sweets would be hired by a company like Quincy and not with a tradition like that. Wouldn't you agree? That's... No. I mean, I never said that I hated sweets. That's not gonna work on us. You admitted to not liking them in this very conversation. How stupid do you think we are? You know, I think that "gah" is silencing enough, so you might as well just get out of here. So that raises the question, why would you lie about being an executive of the Quincy company? It's simple. You intended to gain Derek's trust before ripping him off. That's the only deduction I can make based on the evidence. As for the confectioner seeking to make use of Amorica's honey, the Quincy company was merely a name with the weight to it, one that Minith threw around as a show of credibility. Minith, what's the meaning of this? You tricked me? Ah ha ha, Derek, don't allow yourself to be deceived by these scoundrels. We are literally the SSS. We have saved this village multiple times, and we're about to do it again. What'd you just call us? I mean, think about it for a second. Let's say, for argument's sake, that I did come to Amorica with the purpose of founding a fraudulent honey company. If that being the case, I had an ulterior motive in deceiving my very good new friend Derek, then what was it? Why would I go to such ridiculous lengths? If you have no proof to back up your claims, then you have no right to call me a fraud. You should arrest yourselves for slander. We do bear the burden of proof, as well as providing a viable motive. And as far as motive goes, I think I have a pretty good idea. What? Are you sure, Lloyd? I've barely even started untangling everything that's going on here. Don't worry, I'm the GOAT. I'm the king of crossbow. The person who pointed us in the right direction today also went to retrieve the final piece of evidence that we need. The last piece of the puzzle that'll oust Minith once and for all. Quit mumbling. If you have something to say, then out with it. With pleasure. You went to all of these links to deceive the village with one goal in mind. It's seizing the land rights, right? He's not actually going to be making honey sales, and it's not peddling off knockoff. Oh no, is that a knockoff Orbital car? Is that thing gonna like crash or something, or like not be working in like a month? Seizing land rights. Your true objective here is obtaining land rights to Amorica Village itself. What? A trader we know named Harold Hayworth gave us some information about you. Immediately after arriving in Crossbell, Minith, you started looking into land prices throughout the state. If you were employed by the Quincy Company in search of new business ventures, this would make no sense. So why do it? I can only think of one possibility. Seizing land was your aim from the very start. It was? Of all the outrageous schemes, well, I mean, once we learned that he wasn't going to be making honey, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was his plan. There's more to it. Amorica Village is surrounded by scenic beauty, making it a high-value location. Suppose the deeds were sold to a third party as prime real estate for a villa resort. How much mirror do you think it would go for? Land like this? I would estimate somewhere in the terms of tens of millions of mirror. That said, I don't think the villagers would ever agree to such an agreement. Exactly, that's what made this whole fraudulent ruse, painstaking as it was, a necessity. Now, if we assume your motive was to obtain the land itself, your actions become much more clear. First, you obtain the rights to the Lotus Fields, the farmland, the village's private property. And then, under the pretext of returning your company's, to your company's main office, rather, you vanish from Crossbell entirely. Finally, you sell the deeds on the black market and pocket the hefty sum of mirror they're worth. That myth has been your entire plan the entire time. Minith? I can't believe what I'm hearing. Lloyd! Is that... Oh, well, it's not Grim. It's the kid. Thank goodness, it looks like you made it on time. Derek? Father? Mr. Hayworth? Aren't you from Mr. Grimwood's office? I'm his assistant, Pete. He would come himself, but he had to go back to drafting the Constitution. Did you come with evidence? That we did. Ian said this would prove useful to be useful insurance, rather. You're all gonna want to take a look at this. Pete produced a photo for everyone to see. It was a man who looked like a merchant with the same face as Minith. The man in this picture is... Why? Why do you have this? A reporter Mr. Grimwood knew in the Empire gave them to... Oh, it's so the person from this scheme is him? He's just doing it again in Crossbell? A reporter Mr. Grimwood knew in the Empire gave this to him a long time ago. However, it is. The name of the person on this photo isn't Minith, it's Rittner. Rittner, I feel like we heard that name recently. Ah, I remember. It's the name of the man who stole the Erebonian Baron's land, the one Mr. Grimwood told us about. Ah. Oh yeah, that dude. Right, I asked Ian about it again, and he said there's no mistaking it. Well, this is a plot twist I wasn't expecting. It's what I was expecting when he came with a photo. I was like, what's the final nail in the coffin gonna be, is what I was waiting for. It is the same person doing the same scheme with a different country. Lloyd, why don't you do Minith the honors? Tell him the only thing this photo could mean. With pleasure. The real man before us, Minith, and the man in this photo, Rittner, look identical because... they're twins! Minith is Rittner in disguise! They're the same person! Well, hold on a minute. What am I supposed to click? Because these are both technically correct. You know what I mean? These are both technically correct. Well, shoot. I guess this is more correct that they're just the same person, because I guess maybe there's a world where he's not even Rittner, I guess. Why do Rittner and Minith look the same? He's not in disguise, I suppose. I guess they're just the same person. I think that feels more right. Myth and Rittner are one and the same. That's the only explanation. And it's because they're the same person that their MOs are such a close match. Mr. Grimwood came to the same conclusion. This man must have had a swindling down to an horrible science. You're a crook, Minith, and as such, you'll be charged with attempted fraud. This, of course, is on top of the fraud you previously committed in Erebonia. And I can only guess how many skeletons we'll find in your closet once we're done with you. I would very much like to hear all of the details in the department's interrogation room. Grr. You. Damn you. I'm a professional. My work must be flawless. You meddlesome brats. Man, if I had a nickel for every time someone's called me a brat in the past 2 episodes, I think I would have 2 nickels. Minith? Does he have an orbital gun? Don't get too full of yourselves just yet. You may have won this time, but I won't be apprehended so easily. What? Come, my lovely beast. Beast? Oh. What? Bro, what? What? Monsters? How? Why? Who? Where? Huh? They appear to be well trained too. These cougars, don't freaking tell me. No. Derek? Chief Tolta, it's too dangerous. Huh? Do you have any idea what you're doing? I know what I'm doing. Hence, why I'm doing it. And don't think for a second about trying to fight me. That is, unless you don't value the lives of Derek and the villagers. Now step aside if you would. Fare thee well. For we shall never meet again. Well, to Derek. Damn, we can't just let him escape. After him. Into the Mishy mobile. No! He managed to get away. I've never been so frustrated. I can't believe a spineless coward like him gave us a slip. At least none of the villagers were hurt. Let's look at the silver lining. What a mess. If we come across him again, he won't be so lucky. For now, though, let's regroup with Chief Tolta and the villagers so we can report what's happened. That's a good idea. Randy? This isn't the last part of this. This isn't it, is it? I can't thank you all enough for what you've done today. It's no exaggeration to say that you saved the village from the clutches of that con man. Though he still got away in the end. Doesn't he still have the contracts, though? I guess they could always report that these contracts are illegal, you know what I mean? Yes, but now the department knows to keep a lookout for him. It should only be a matter of time before he's caught. Derek? I made a grave mistake, and I put everyone through so much just so they could fix it. I let a man rope me into his scheme and nearly cost us all of our livelihoods. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're not the one who's guilty. No, wrong. It's completely my fault. No 2 ways about it. I was so desperate to fix and reform Amorica that I ignored my father and almost drove it to the ground instead. I have no right to become the next village chief. And that's where you're wrong. Father? I've been so stuck in the old ways that I've never even tried to hear your proposals for what they were. If I'd known that the village would go under if we maintained our current course, and yet, I've known that the village will go under if we maintain our current course, and yet I've done nothing. It is my inaction that drove you to this, and thus I must bear a large share of responsibility for letting it happen. That's very admirable, Chief Tolta. Thanks to this crisis, I finally realized where I went wrong. The welfare of this village cannot hinge entirely on the ideology of a single stubborn old man. So instead, Derek, I would ask that you provide me with your input as well. We will each contribute our ideas and discuss them with the villagers. That is the only way we can ensure a future for Amorica. You're right, I'm so sorry, Father. From here on out, I'm going to dedicate myself to the betterment of the village. I'm happy the 2 of you were able to reconcile. Ha, yeah, same. Almost makes losing your whole village to some crook worth it. Wouldn't you say? Put a sock in it, Wazzy. Learn to read a room. Yeah, I'm really sorry about him. I swear, we've tried everything. At any rate, that's actually so funny. Everyone's still just looking right at him. We owe an enormous debt, so please allow me to express my thanks one more. I also owe my gratitude to Mr. Grimwood. It's a shame he couldn't be here. I'll pass on your thanks to Mr. Grimwood and let him know what happened. If only I played, even if I only played a minor role, I'm glad I could be of assistance. I look forward to your continued partnership, Chief Tolta, and you too, Derek. Same to you, Harold. If you could keep a lookout for a minute, just in case he returns. And of course, you can always contact the SSS if you ever need our assistance. Hopefully, it'll never be for anything related to this ordeal again. We'll be sure to keep you in mind. I have a feeling that we will have a support request on the next day. Certainly. Continue. One born every minute. Derek and I, his father, finally reconciled. I couldn't be more relieved. Thank you all so much for your help. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. You know what we do. Okay, so they're actually, oh, okay, everyone's over here. Thank you very much for your help, everyone. It's all because of you that Derek and the Chief were able to make up. I knew turning to the SSS was the right call to make. It always is. Call us, beep us if you want to reach us. When you want to page us, you're still here? Mr. Grimwood has his hands full with the drafting of the construction, so he couldn't make it today. Luckily, it looks like everything worked out in the end. I'll pass on Chief Tolta as thanks to Mr. Grimwood and let him know what happened. If you're not here, maybe I can get into his office right now. I was wrong to try and solve all of the village's problems by myself. This whole mess has shown me just how flawed my judgment has been up until now. From now on, I need to work with the whole village to create a brighter future. And protecting the future of Amorica Village. My son and I have been too close-minded towards each other's views to see that we share the same goal. This ordeal must have been the goddess's way of teaching us that. Well, I don't think this ordeal is over. Sir, I feel like we have one more part to, if I were a gambling man. And I am. Well, I'll be tarred and feathered. Minus was a swindler all along. Say, about this horrible truck I brought from him, what should I do with it now? If I remember right, you brought it for 50,000 mira while the market was closer to 500,000 mira? That is a bit of a problem. For the time being, it would probably be the best if you turn it over to the police. Since it was sold and purchased through a legitimate transaction, it will probably be given back to you in the end. True. Though the truck is legal in the first place, whether the truck is legal in the first place, rather, will need to be investigated as well. Alright, I'll go and contact the police then. Turns out I brought this shiny new truck from a crook. Guess I better contact the police. Poor dude, hopefully he gets it back. So now I think we are actually good to head over to the workshop, the doll studio, I suppose. Wish we could park the car there, but that's fine. Yeah, let's do this. We'll do a little bit of corkboard time. Oh my gosh. Are we at the point where I can just smash these guys up and they automatically burst? Yes. Sweet. I will be doing that. Anything that moves, I will be smashing up. Hit. Thank you. Okay, well that's on me. That's fine. Cause now I can kind of just walk down paths and just say, hey, let me break up everybody in my way. Thank you. It's about 5 per-ish. Here we are. Hey, look! A moving truck. Thank you again, Meister. You've been a huge help. And with these, we'll be all set for, our new debut in a couple of days. Ideas above, your group is far too demanding with its requests, each and every one of them. Turning the automata would have been a work enough, but designing an entirely new stage set on top of that? I'm a busy man, you know. I really do apologize for that. Ilya and the troop leader can have some pretty lofty standards sometimes. The extra mechanism rather they asked you to install was something that they just couldn't live without. It doesn't matter now. I have no issue with lending my studio's expertise to your plays. I'm sure the goddess would prefer it to the alternative. Thank you? Come to think of it, Meister, I haven't received your response about our invitations yet. Arkansas would be honored to have you attend the show. It'd be our pleasure after the amazing set and autonoma you provided us. Your mirror is thanks enough. I appreciate the gesture, but as I said, I'm a busy man. Oh. I told them he wouldn't go for it. Still, I'd love for him to see how his hard work is being used on stage at least once. Pardon us. Wait, aren't you the SSS? We are. You're the stage technician from Arkansas, correct? Yep, the name is Hines, and I'm in charge of the props and equipment and such. I don't think we've ever heard a voice for him. What are all of you doing out here? Come to see the Meister? Something like that. We had a little matter we wanted to consult him about. Are you here to pick up a commission? Yes. We had ordered an automaton, that is correct, tune-up and some new set pieces. It was kind of on short notice with the debut of the revival performance coming up, but he did us a real solid by getting it done so quickly. Oh boy, to tell you the truth rather, everyone in the troupe owes the Meister a Torum. You don't say. Speaking of which, isn't the revival performance only a couple of days away? That's right, Ilya and the others are kicking it into high gear right about now. Heck, I've been getting into it myself with all the changes we made. Have you now? Sounds like you're all primed to put out a real box office hit. They always do, every single time. That's the idea, but whoops, I'm a little behind schedule. Gotta get back there and set all this up. See you guys later. Stop by and say hi to everyone once you get the chance. We'll be sure to. Be careful on your way back. Okay. There he goes. Man, we already knew the Meister was the one behind the Arkansas's theater magic and all, but man, it kind of makes you forget he has ties to the society, huh? Well, just like the fortune teller at Michelin Wonderland. That it does. Well, at least we know the Meister, who the Meister is right now, or that the Meister is in right now. I just thought about something. I'm trying to think, so never mind. I'll talk about it during corporate time. I'm not sure if he'll be willing to tell us anything about the society, but we'll never know if we don't ask. Right. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. We will be saving right there. And while I think this is probably good for an episode length, let's still do a thing. Once you enter the doll studio, you'll be unable to visit other areas outside of Crossbow City for the rest of the day. Yeah, that's fine. Oh. Yeah, that's still fine. The Lloyd used the iron knocker attached to the gate. Excuse us. This is the Crossbow Police Special Support Section. Meister Rosenberg, we'd like to have a word with you. There's no need to shout. My hearing is perfectly fine. Whatever visit you must have must be important if you've come all this way. I don't have very much time to spare, but I will make an exception this once, so as long as you keep things short. Oh! What? Oh, she's so cute! A Rosenberg doll? An automated one by the looks of it. Enter little one, the little one will guide you. See to it that you don't wander anywhere you aren't supposed to. Ooh. I would love to. I guess it can't talk, not that I was expecting it to. Get a load of this gal. Sure doesn't look like any machine I've ever seen. Mind taking us to where your master is, little miss? Through those doors. I think we're supposed to follow her. Probably right, we shouldn't keep the Meister waiting. Ouroboros, just what kind of enemy are we dealing with? Some wild folks. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. Oh man, I'm gonna do some saving here because man, do I want to look around. Oh, she's already walked in. I couldn't do any more looking, dude. Okay. Lloyd and the rest of the SSS then followed the automaton inside. After going through what felt like a maze, they emerged in an underground section of the studio. Oh, we saw this area in the... oh, well, that's the Ouroboros sign. What is this place? We saw this place at the end of the last game, right before the final chapter started. It's incredible. Welcome to Rosenberg Studio. Whoa! Is that it? The giant archaism you mentioned before. I was gonna say the other four were not surprised. They know what it's about. Yeah, Rin used it back at the Sunfort. I believe she called it Patter Matter. So this is where it's been. The hell is all this mechanical crap doing down here anyway? I thought this was supposed to be a doll studio. I believe those terminals are connected to the orbital network. This must have been where Kitty was remotely hacking the network. Well, what is it that you want? Meister George, thank you for allowing us to come in and speak with you. We had a few questions we were open to ask. Would they, by any chance, happen to be about what Campanella has been up to? So you already know. Do not misunderstand. You are correct that I have ties to the society. In the end, however, I am nothing more than a humble doll maker. I am not directly involved with whatever that grand scheme they have planned. So in other words, you can't tell us exactly what Campanella is planning to do. I do not know, nor am I in a position to. However, you should understand that he is an enforcer, not an Angus. He is not authorized to propose plans for the society to pursue. The Angus, however, are the ones who draft such arrangements. Now hold on just a minute. This is a little too much to take in all at once. He has little time, so we better be taking it in. Isn't this insider information? Should you really be giving it to us so easily? It is hardly confidential. The person behind the controller already knows that. Well, I didn't know that the enforcers couldn't propose plans, you know what I mean? I didn't know that. I figured they could still propose them, but the Angus made their decisions and carry out kind of the... Here's what enforcers will do, enforce those plans. But by the name, I suppose that makes more sense. There are many on the continent who already know of this. The church, the guild, the intelligence agencies of the major powers, and even that is only scratching the surface. The society is so widely known, yet still you were able to so freely continue making dolls here. As I said, I am not in a position to know all the society's inner workings. Take the archaisms, for example. Their construction relies on technologies from many other workshops besides mine. My studio is but one scale on the ever-coiling serpent, which is why the church and the guild will never set foot in here without due cause. I suppose that makes sense. Well, someone like you is more valuable while you're still attached to the snake, which makes you a handy resource of info. Correct. That being said, the studio has already been preemptively outfitted for any contingencies. Should you ever break the front door without an arrest warrant, all you would find is an empty, meager doll studio. Nothing more. Not even Patter Matter. Well, would you like to try your hand at taking me into custody? Having heard all of that? You may not have another chance. No, that's not why we're here. You made your point. We'd like to inquire further if you're willing to answer. Lloyd? I guess that's all we can do, but it doesn't mean I like it. A wise decision. I take it you'd like to know something more concrete than veiled statements and broad outlines. Narrow your questions down to 3 and I will answer them if I can. Fair enough. Do I actually get to ask him questions? Oh, there's just 3 questions here. Okay, never mind. I was like, do I get to pick a bunch of different questions? That would be kind of awesome if you could pick like 3 questions and they would like... Clearly you could get all the information by loading saves, but I would kind of like it if you had like 5 questions and you could only pick 3 and those outcomes or those bits of knowledge outcome different things that happen in the game. But that would make this game a little too non-linear, and this is already a long game. Actually, this isn't the longest game. I feel like this game and Trails from Zero were both, well, not as long as any of the Sky games. But I've really been vibing with this game, to be honest. About the Anguses. Oh no, that guy. These are actually just the 3 that we know. Wiseman, that dude who I really don't like, the Professor Norvardis, and... Oh man, I know you. I do. I don't think I've ever met you in the game, is that right? Have I never met? No, I think I met you in the game one time during one of the doors, I think? Or am I confusing that with the Love manga? You're Aaron Rod, right? Or Aaron Rod or something like that? Aaron Hood? just one of those. That's you. I don't remember if I met you during the game or if I met you during the... I mean, you were definitely in the manga. I'm trying to remember if I've seen you in the game, and I feel like I have, but I don't remember where. Whatever. Maybe we haven't. The Angus. They are the 7 snake apostles who live and serve to realize the Grandmaster's plan. Even I do not know all of their identities. I only know the 3, to my knowledge, right? Well, no, I think we've heard names of some of the other ones. However, I am aware that the Angus that will be arriving, I'm aware of the Angus that will be arriving in Crossbow before long. Is there any way you can tell us more about them? One man, the 6th Angus to be precise. He leads the 13 factories that comprise Ouroboros' technological network. He's the society's greatest theoretician, an engineer with an insatiable appetite. Needless to say, he is a contemptible man. You clearly have a high opinion of him. Just how contemptible are we talking? He is the sort of man who cares nothing but satisfying his own intellectual curiosity. He reminds me of somebody else that I don't like. I am unsure what he hopes to achieve by coming to this land in person. But I can say for certainty his arrival is nothing but good news for Crossbow. Is anything but good news for Crossbow. It's like, nothing but good news? Doesn't sound right. We'll take your word for it. He will not be alone, however. The 7th Angus, the Steel Maiden, will also be coming to Crossbow. The Steel Maiden? And that's got an ominous ring if I've ever heard one. She is an enigma, to say the least. Briefly put, she is a masterful warrior whom you have no hope of defeating, even if you were to all face her at once. Oh! Well, I believe you. We almost couldn't beat 2 bracers. Trying to wingman your fellow conspirators, I see. It was merely a word of warning. Unlike the... Hey, you know what? Hold on a minute. Master George! Meister George! You're alright. Unlike the 6th Angus, I've heard the 7th Angus is a virtuous individual. However, were you to face her unprepared, it would surely cost you your lives. Oh. Okay, fair enough. I'm not gonna ask the same question twice. About the grand scheme. I already told you, even I'm not familiar with the details. From what little I've heard in passing, however, I do know what it is called. The Phantasmal Blaze Plan. So that is the grand scheme. The grand scheme. Phantasmal Blaze? Now that's a name rife with symbolism. This plan, does it entail causing some sort of widespread incident in Crossbow like the one in Liberal last year? That can't be. There's no way we could let something like that happen. Stop making me repeat myself. I don't know anything. Just what I can tell you is that the society's intervention here pales in comparison to what happened in Crossbow. The society prefers to operate from the shadows above all else. They aren't the type to make their move on the surface. They've been making their move on the surface this time. To us specifically. Which is bad because so Wiseman in Crossbow made a lot of his stuff towards Joshua and Estelle just because, you know, Joshua was kind of like his little puppet, and Estelle was like kind of the daughter of like his greatest master, or I guess his greatest rival, you know what I mean? The one person who he's in a perpetual game of chess with at all times. And just because the Bracious Guild was on their tails the entire time, you know what I mean? Anywho. Was that supposed to make us feel any better? Because it sure as hell ain't working. Seconded, the fact that you can give us nothing but a name makes whatever they're trying to do all the more suspect. And what about relation to the cult? The DG cult, you mean? As far as I know, the two sides have never had any direct ties. As far as you know. Having said that, it is a fact that the society was the one rather that destroyed the lodge where Ren was being held. That's true. I wonder if that sticking point is also something that is in some sort of relation to here. What? You're referring to Paradise, right? Yes, my understanding is that the cult used it to lure in and exploit influential individuals from across the continent. In all likelihood, it was brought down because it began to target influential individuals backing the society, or the society was backing. It's nothing short of a miracle that Ren survived that place. That hellhole deserved to get wiped out. It's not like that makes Ouroboros the good guys either. I hope you didn't expect that explanation to win us over. As I'm saying, I'm only telling you what I know. Take it how you will. Okay, yeah, that's it. That makes 3 questions I've answered. You've taken up enough of my time. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now. But, Lloyd! Fine, that's what we agreed, so we'll be going, for now. Would you mind if we return for another one of these talks? Well, yeah, if you feel inclined. Y'all aren't a bad bunch of kids, but I am really busy. Keep the following in mind. It is not only Ouroboros that you should have your Hey, say that again. Say it with your chest, George. Say it with your chest. It is not Ouroboros that you should have your sights set on. Not only, oh, George, you can't say that to a man. You can't say that to me. You can't say that to me, George. You can't say that. I mean, well, I guess he could also say that that is in relation to both Crossbell and, I'm sorry, Erebonia and... Let me talk myself down a little bit, because I was like, are you half confirming that there's an no that I need to be worried about? But now that I'm thinking about it, it could just be like, hey, we need to be worried about Erebonia, who has also been working with, Ouroboros, or we might need to worry about Calvard. There are other forces to be cautious of in the wake of Crossbell's bid for independence, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, well, he completely, right after that, said, there are other forces, huh? And I was like, yeah, the 2 other forces. Gosh darn it. Dude, I was right there, George. I was like, ah, yeah, George, give me that lovely line right there. And he said, in Crossbell's independence, there are some other groups that you probably need to worry about, correct? Yeah, the man's got a point. Sounds like you probably know a thing or 3 about that, too. Maybe, so maybe not. It was not one of your 3 questions. Off you go, follow the little one there, like you did on your way here. If you wander off, I can't guarantee your safety. Thank you, homie. I feel like I came out of a bad dream. The Phantasmal Blaze plan, and the 2 Angus making their way to Crossbell to enact it. Well, one of them has already been here. It's so fantastical, I can barely bring myself to believe it. Just how dangerous are they? What I've heard about the Liberal incident? Yeah, very. We can't take them, the threat that they pose lightly at all. Still, if what the Meister told us is true, whatever they're planning in Crossbell isn't as extensive as it was in Liberal. Okay, so it's not as extensive as it was in well, no, that's not true. It might not be as... He said more specifically that whatever they're doing, it's really weird for them to just be out in the open doing it. Usually they are working from the shadows. That'd be a relief. I hear that they had an entire battleship to contend with. Not to mention that giant archaism pattern matter. Yeah, where did you get that information? The first division has all labeled as classified. That's true. That is true. Don't tell me you hear about these kinds of things while you're working as a host too. My lips are sealed. Are you related to Kevin? Actually, you got green hair too. I was out here like, I don't know, maybe there's some connection between like all our green haired characters, but like, what if there's like an easier, no, I mean, we know Kevin had a mom. We actually know Kevin's like familial situation. So no, let me quickly rule that out unless they're like cousins, you know what I mean? Tio? Randy? Yeah, you two, what's up? Well, yeah, just a little. Tio may be able to explain it better than I could. You mind? I will make an attempt. Having seen the automaton that guided us in and out of the studio, it's become clear the society is far more mischievous than they are malevolent. Mischievous? Yes, they have more technological prowess than both the Epstein Foundation and Zeiss Central Factory, yet squander it by choice. Consider the research necessary to develop pattern matter. It would have been more practical to use those same resources to build 50 airships. You think so? Well, yeah, because what Tio actually did make her own pattern matter-esque, but it's still nowhere near the pattern matter that is pattern matter. Perhaps they have a source of funding, one deeper than we may realize. Like the IBC, but once again, wouldn't make any sense. Maybe, but whether you're an army or a criminal syndicate, efficiency is typically the highest priority of any organization. Recreation typically doesn't have much of a place there, if at all. But Ouroboros turns all of that right on its head. That makes their motives and rationale all the more baffling to me. Took the words right out of my mouth. The thing is, no matter how many Angus and archaisms no matter how many Anguses and archaisms they have hidden up their sleeves, the Red Constellation and Hiwei are probably more of an actual threat, realistically speaking. Yeah, it feels like, once again, they are kind of pulling strings. And I really do still believe that Ouroboros, I think we will probably have a run-in with the two Anguses. We might not have a fight with them, but we will have a run-in with them. Or maybe we will, not for nothing. I hope not. I pray not. But if we do, it could be we might relive Kia shenanigans. I think there's a real world. I'm pretty sure we've died. I think I've put it out there already. I think I might have said it last time, because at this point I want to sit down and corkboard for like 10 minutes at the end of this, because we've died. We died. There's no shot we didn't die. That feels like the only explanation outside of we're trapped in a dream, but I feel like that's becoming less and less plausible, whereas us dying and restarting time from the Septarian of time is more possible. And that ain't even taking into account whatever the Empire and Republic are up to. Right, that's true. Put all four of them in one autonomous state together and you got a disaster waiting to happen. This kitchen already has too many cooks without the society, so the big question is, what do they plan to bring to the table? Who's to say? Even backing the terrorists at the trade conference was allegedly completely on a whim on their part. They don't seem to have any interest in involving themselves in conventional power struggles. In that case, would that make what they are working towards as unconventional as everything else that they do? Oh. That would mean we're in completely over our heads trying to do anything about it. All we can say for sure is that whatever it is, it can't be good for Crossbell. Yep. At any rate, let's go home. I want to relay all this to the chief, and after that, we should do the same for the CGF and the guild. Regardless of what the society is after, the least we can do is make sure that we're ready for them. I agree. Good call. Back to the city we go. Alright, well, away we go. Hey, George? Okay, never mind. I guess we won't knock on the door. I just wanted to peek. Yeah, there's no chest over there, but I like really wanted to walk over, and I saw the doll walk in, and I was like, if I don't walk in after that doll, we're about to get shot up, dude. Okay, and once again on our way, we'll be slapping everything. Thank you. There's another enemy over here. Give me this too. Oops. And hello, friend. And by friend, I mean hello, free. Free Sepith. There we go. And ooh, almost a double. Thank you. Yep, nothing that way. And that's everything clear from down the stairs. There's one more. Oh, there's a box here. Don't mind if I do. And there's another enemy right around here, but I can't see them yet. Thank you. Oh. Oh, my Enigma. Who could it be? I get the feeling someone's in need of our services. SSS, Lloyd Banning speaking. Fran? Thank goodness I finally got a hold of you. Oh, what's up, Fran? Have you been trying to contact us for a while? I have, but for some reason none of my calls were able to get through. I've tried everyone else's enigmas, but they were a no-go too. Must have been an horrible wave jammer in the basement of the studio. Sorry about that, we ended up wandering out of signal range. What's going on? Do you have an urgent support request for us? Not quite, no. Half an hour ago, there was a train derailment on the West Crossbell Highway. What? Are you serious? I wish I wasn't. The 2nd Division is en route to the investigation there. CGF is on its way too, so there's probably no need for you to go. But I figured I should keep you in the loop, too, just to be safe. Got it. Thanks for telling us, Fran. Find out any more, let us know as soon as you can. Roger that. Is something the matter? Did Fran have something important to tell us? Well, so there's a derailment on the West Crossbell Highway. What the hell? A derailment? It just went right off the tracks? Yeah, Fran said the 2nd Division and the CGF on their way there, so we can probably leave it to them. Then again, we're better than them. It would be hard to turn away from something so concerning. I'll say, the timing's a little too suspicious for my taste too. I have my doubts that this is more than just a mere accident. Lloyd? What should we do now? Yeah, I feel like Lloyd ... is like Noel's most often said line. We have until the end of the day to report on what we've learned about the society. For now, let's go to the scene of the accident. We can't overlook the possibility that some sort of foul play was involved, whether from a cryptid or otherwise. At the very least, we can lend a hand investigating the crash site. Agreed. We should hurry. Probably best to take our new ride if we're looking to get there ASAP. Your orbital car can now travel to the scene of the train accident. Great. Where's our ride? It should be around here somewhere. I think I will end the episode here because I will more than likely... It's on the West Crossbell Highway? Okay, so it's somewhere... Oh, yeah, I see it. They've put train derailment site on the side of the, the map. I am probably in between episodes gonna go fight that one monster and... just, you know, get a couple of not primos. I'm completely... I'm completely losing it right now. It's a little bit late. And we went for about an hour. I didn't want to go for a whole hour, but you know, there was a bunch of stuff going on. It was a little bunch of stuff. Anywho. I wonder. Anywho. I'm just, in my head, I'm thinking of like, I wonder what is going on over there. I'll see next time. For right now, though, we gotta do some core porting. Because I'm losing my mind, you guys. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I feel like I need to, I gotta go over my past thoughts from this past week, because I've really been doing some thinking about this game. We'll go no longer than one version of this song. We'll even do Type C, since I think that's like the most hype version. Let's talk about it. So, there are two things that I want to talk about. Reese is here. What is Blue Kia, Lamal? The Alchemist of the Middle Ages. That's a big thing. Actually, that's something that I want to think more about. So I'm gonna come to here. Okay, so that's all of my written stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna come to here and I'm gonna outline that. Let's just make it a square outline of green. Yeah, that is something that I really don't really think. There's potential Diter plans, because it does feel like Diter is involved in this in some way, shape, or form, and I hate that. But I feel like he's only recently involved in it. I hope. I kind of hope. Crossbow problem, Diter is being used. I do still think Diter is like also a pawn in some greater scheme here. No normal means can stand up to. I'm just kind of rereading some of the things that I have on here because there are some things that I want to talk about. Where did I even? Here's the Otno. I am really believing the Otno more and more because it feels like nothing in this game makes sense unless there is another party outside of Ouroboros, Erebonia, and Calvard, and I think that party has to consist of crossbellins. But it feels, you know what this game feels like? It feels like there's 4 villainous groups in this game. But I can't call one of them villainous because it's just, it feels like, if the Otno exists and it feels like it might. There's either an Otno, or maybe it's not a whole organization, maybe it's really just like 2 people or 3 people. And if I had to just give a strong guess on those 3 people, it would be Arios. And you know what? Let's take a step back. If I had to guess what these 3 people would be, it would be Arios, it would be Grizz, Mr. Griswold, Mr. Grim Grizzly, and it would be Bell. And I think those 3 could easily convince Diter or sway Diter to doing something bad. If anyone would be able to skew Diter into doing something bad, it would be... Oh man, it feels so weird to even... The only person I feel comfortable calling a bad guy is Belle. It feels like she's using our... So here's the thing. Saying this Otno exists, and here's why I really do think it exists. Nobody knows who put key in the box. If the person, it feels like there has to be either an answer or a kind of globe of answers for the things that have happened in this game that we don't have explanations for. Who put the baby in the box? Who killed Guy Bannings? And that's why I really stuck the Otno right there. And really, I think it's like, who's persuading Diter to doing these things? I think the 3 of them, if I had to just say it's 3. I think it really could be more than 3. I think it could be like a league of crossbells, finest working together. I might put Dougie in this list too, to be honest. Because when I went to go and see Douglas, I was like, I could see him being introduced in this game and being, I don't want to put Dougie here because I honestly believe it'd be more powerful for Dougie to be on our side and for Deputy, or I guess Commander Bales, to be on the Otno side. And then it's almost like a battle between the 2 gates. It's almost like a crossbell civil war might be happening. And I think that is not too far off either. I don't think that's going to be the biggest thing. I feel like it's more going to be like crossbell at war with Erebonia and Calvard in some degree. But let me talk to you about other things. The Otno wasn't really what I was gonna go too deep in. I don't think it's dream theory. I think it's time travel theory. or rewriting timeline theory. Which is kind of a part of my Genshin theory. Which is crazy. That's the part of the Genshin theory that I at least recall rewriting Irminsul. I think there might be some truth to that. Because, how much time do we have left? 10 minutes, even, great. I think, and I'm gonna keep this little square here. This square for the corkboard is gonna be my current actual thoughts of what I think is going on. And I'm gonna like change this, and I'm gonna even put this on a new layer. So let's go new layer and then paste that. Cool. So let me also name this layer as what I think box. So here's what I think. And let's make this like 18. I think we died. Kia is the Septarion of time. Or something. I want to bring into account that she is also D. So I think the Septarion of Time's name actually starts with D. And let's make it bold so you guys can see that a little bit easier on the screen. I think she's D. I don't think she's D. She is D. I don't know what D stands for. It's D, therefore G. It's Kia, therefore G. And now we kind of have these flowers going on. I think there's a world where Crossbell is making demonized soldiers. Or they're turning everyone into demons. And this is not just from the Vault thing, but also just from the fact of like, oh, in a sense, that kind of protects everyone. It takes a lot to take down a demon. I think that's terrifying. It's just the fact that it's like spurring up in places all around Crossbell would be easy for everyone to be like a demonized soldier. I think maybe something like that could happen. I'm not sold on that entirely. I think it might be a few people become these demonized creatures. I think at some point we're gonna talk to Ernest in jail, and we're gonna get some information, because I feel like that's still one of the locations that we have not been. We're either gonna talk to him in jail, or we're gonna talk to somebody in jail. I don't think anybody else is in jail that we know about that would be super useful for this, so I think it's got to be Ernest. The Otno. I think they exist. I don't know what they are. I think if I had to say strongly who would be a part of this Otno, I think it's Arios, and I think he or Grim. Really, low-key, let me take a step back. Not just Arios and Grim. I think Bell, Arios, and Grim. I was gonna say Grim is like the head honcho of this, but I could see Bell being low-key the head honcho too. Unsure. I think Arios killed Guy by accident. Ish. I don't think he would have either by accident ish or by a bad decision in a what is the word that I'm looking for? In like a, when you make an emotional decision but you instantly regret it. In a heightened emotional state. I think something like that is going on. I think Arios killed Guy, but I don't think he did it like as a you know too much, perish. I think it was more of a this is probably after his wife died. Something happened and Arios killed Guy. And I think there might be a world where Grim helps him not cover it up, but hides all of the evidence, because if any two people could do it, it's those two. And The reason I have these three together is because it feels like almost every other pair of people in this game we've kind of seen together. Like, I don't think we've ever really seen Belle and Arios together. I don't think we've ever seen Grimm and Arios together, and I think that makes it suspicious because at this point, this late in the game, I feel like we've seen most people interact at some point, especially by the end of 0. I don't think these three have really ever interacted. So I think it would be kind of neat to say, hey, behind the scenes, we've been interacting a lot. So those are my three. Those are my big three. If I had to add somebody, I would not be surprised if it was also including Bales. Not Dougie. I think Bales would be very interesting, because then you have Mirai conflict. So I like that. And you also have C-Ray conflict, so I like that. I'm trying to think of people who want to. Well, clearly Dieter, but I think he's still being used. I still have hope for Dieter Croy. I really think he is at this point where, like, these people have this plan, and this is how. Now, here's the other part. I think someone has to be 500 years old as well as Kia. Somebody, a part of the Otno, or maybe they have another leader that I don't know about, I feel like someone has to be 500 years old because the plan started 500 years ago. Crossbow is the city of sin. So who would start something in the city of sin? Why is Crossbow called the city of sin? Because of the oh, there could be maybe a alchemist of Crossbell's past. I kind of like that. I don't hate that idea either. What else is something that we don't know? What's gonna happen is a big thing. I do feel like at the end of the day, everyone is pawns for Ouroboros. And by everyone, I mean, honestly, just Crossbell and Arabonia. But I think, honestly, I think Arabonia was a pawn first, and Ouroboros offered Crossbow the same thing, and somebody in charge took it. I think that might be the case. Like, if they're using this, we have to use it too, or else we are going down. We are going to have to bend the knee. I think that is the thing. And I think the strongest thing about all of this is I want to come a little bit further down, and I want to put this here, because I think it's going to be an important point going forward, and it's going to be an important point towards the end of this game, or the end of not end of Cold Steel, but maybe halfway through Cold Steel, because I think the first two games are kind of happening together at the same time-ish, if I remember right. Goliath said, how long do you think Crossbell will last? Or something of that nature. I think that is going to be an important line, and I think it is going to be either a turning point in this game, or something that is like, I don't want to say a cliffhanger, but I think that line still strikes a chord with me. And I don't love it. We only have 13 more seconds, and I really am not going to waste any more time, unfortunately. So I'm going to end that for today. I might come back and really still sit down and think about some more of this. But I like this Otno thing, and I like this this time, not time travel, but rewriting history kind of ability. or I guess rewriting timelines, or I guess making new timelines. Making new timelines, I think, is actually a better ploy. I think this game might really get to a, hey, all of these timelines exist. Trails to Azure. That is the other thing. Why is this called Trails to Azure? I mean, we have now these Azure flowers. We're already past time. I'm gonna play this song, and it's gonna take us out. I'm the United States Aviator. I'm coming back to this probably next time. We might end everything with 15 minutes of corkboard time at this point, because we have so much information, and I think I feel like I have put some of these puzzle pieces together. However, also feel like that all of the puzzle pieces that I have put together make up a couple different puzzles. However, maybe that makes sense if if multiple timelines do exist. And we really only are working with 2, but you know, and I think we've been in the game for just 1 the entire time. But hey, maybe another timeline has other things or something like that. I don't know. I think it would be kind of interesting if some of these... Oh, that would be really fun, actually. If every single pre-game, or I guess, you know, end of chapter timeline thing happened in the timeline where we died. I don't think that's what's going on, but man, I would love that. That would be so cool. If, like, you know, where we just saw Vald turn into this demon. If everything that happened, like, right before the chapter actually happened in the timeline where we died, if that is what's going on, but I feel like that's... I feel like that's right. I feel pretty comfortable saying that. And if they throw the rug over my eyes, then whoops, I was wrong. Oh, I like this game. I do. I like Trails to it. I like Crossbell a lot. Hey, all my homies love Crossbow. I'm gonna save this. It's the end of the episode. Toodaloo Flight Crew. It's been going long. You guys get a long one this week. Thank you, as always, for watching. Until next time, get out of here.